Chapter 416. Two terrifying figures whose height could not be seen stood at the edge of the world. Even the galaxy was falling from their hands. Chaotic mist surged, strand after strand, transforming into all types of extremely powerful immortal splendor. The Xianyang Demon Emperor's body was extremely strong, as if it was made of immortal gold. His black hair was like a waterfall, slashing heaven and earth. Rumble! The Xianyang heavenly blade seemed to be able to split everything. It brandished an extremely powerful blade light and fought with the Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor. This battle was extremely terrifying. The Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor's strength was monstrous. He raised his hand and shot out tens of thousands of rays of red light, as if to drown heaven and earth. Vast divine light filled the air, containing incomparable destructive power. At the level of the Emperor realm, they were already standing at the peak of the world, looking down on the world. They were invincible in heaven and earth. Normally, it was impossible to see the battle between two Emperor realm existences. This was because the entire universe seemed to tremble along with their auras, as they could easily overturn the heavens and earth and move the stars. If this place was not so special and firm, the shockwaves from their battle would definitely shake all directions. Even if you have an Emperor weapon, you are not a match for the three of us. Xianyang, give up! The Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor said coldly. A vast sky rushed out from the top of his head and pierced through the sky dome. The boundless blood light was like a heavy rain that covered the sky. He clenched his fist and smashed forward. His entire body was the most terrifying weapon. It made a clear trembling sound and collided with the Xianyang heavenly blade. Then the wings on his back spread out and he quickly flew back. This was his powerful innate ability. After reaching the Emperor realm, it was the best in the world. Today, I will cut you down with my blade. The Xianyang Demon Emperor's eyes were equally cold. He charged forward, took out the Xianyang heavenly blade, and slashed across the infinite distance. At this moment, the Xianyang heavenly blade seemed to be recovering. A peerlessly powerful aura appeared, turning into a blade chi that covered the sky. This blade seemed to be able to split the universe. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Firmament Demon Emperor's expression changed. At the same time, he was furious. He had been at a disadvantage because he did not have a weapon in hand. This feeling made him sullen. He felt that the Xianyang Demon Emperor had an unfair advantage. However, he was not a simple person. With a roar, he took out his other weapons. Even though it couldn't compare to an Emperor artifact, its power still couldn't be underestimated. Then they attacked with everything they had to stop this attack. However, it was futile against the Xianyang Heavenly Blade's attack. The black Heavenly Saber slashed down. His weapons, laws, divine abilities, Tao techniques, all of them collapsed, and cracks almost appeared on his body. Are you forcing me? After suffering such a big loss, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's face was very cold. He quickly appeared in the distance. He was using a forbidden art. Even at the Immortal Emperor realm, it could be considered a forbidden art. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. The next moment, Wang Yang's aura filled the space between his eyebrows. Then a golden light appeared. Your primordial true feather. Seeing this, Xianyang Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect you to have a trump card. In addition to the Scarlet Firmament Spear, you even refined your hardest primordial true feather into a weapon. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor sneered. I started refining this thing 1,000,000 years ago and have never really shown it to the world. Because once it appears, it will definitely be stained with Emperor blood. As his words fell, a golden feather broke out from between his eyebrows. There were all kinds of ancient and complicated patterns on it. It was very primitive, as if it contained all of his cultivation and comprehension. This aura descended between heaven and earth, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Chi! Then the golden feather was like a peerless, immortal sword. Its brilliant power was vast and shocking. It slashed toward the Xianyang Demon Emperor as if it was going to kill him here. Even with the Xianyang heavenly blade, it was still quite difficult for him to resist. His arms spasmed and collapsed because of the power, and bone fragments fell out. At the same time, his forehead cracked open, and his skull was almost pierced through. This was refined from the hardest, primordial, true feather in the scarlet firmament demon emperor's body. It was indestructible and closely related to him. Its power was terrifying, and even had the effect of killing one's primordial spirit. The Xianyang demon emperor looked solemn. He had underestimated the scarlet firmament demon emperor's means. "This is a good thing," Gu Changa, who had been paying attention to the battle between the two, could not help but squint his eyes when he saw the golden feather. He was somewhat interested in it. Even with his insight, he could feel that it was a good thing. It could only mean that this golden feather was indeed extraordinary. The scarlet firmament demon emperor's many divine abilities were condensed on it. The moment it was used, it was impossible to guard against. However, he did not pay much attention to it. He even watched the battle from a distance. At this point, the Xianyang Demon Emperor and the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor were fighting to the fullest. The Xianyang Demon Emperor thought that with the Xianyang heavenly blade in hand, victory was in his grasp. However, he did not expect the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's means to be so extraordinary. Many years ago, he began to refine his primordial true feather into a weapon, although it was still far inferior to a real emperor weapon. In a short period of time, the two did not fall into a disadvantage. They continued to exchange injuries. Emperor blood splattered across the sky. Their injuries were shocking. Wah! At this time, the Serene Moon Demon Emperor, who was fighting the Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor in the distance, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was severely injured. He was no match for the two together. Just now, the other Demon Emperor and the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor were working together to deal with the Xianyang Demon Emperor. However, when they saw that the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor did not need any help, they turned to attack the Serene Moon Demon Emperor. Although the Serene Moon Demon Emperor was a boundary emperor, her cultivation was far inferior to the two. She could barely hold on in a one-on-one battle. However, if she was attacked by the two together, she would be severely injured in an instant. At this time, she was in a dangerous situation. She was constantly coughing out blood and was severely injured. Although she was using her strongest technique, she was helpless against the attacks of the two and was constantly sent flying. The Serene Moon Demon Emperor's strength is the weakest among them. It is said that she is the sworn sister of the Xianyang Demon Emperor. It was also thanks to the Xianyang Demon Emperor that she was able to break through to the Boundary Emperor realm. Gu Changa's gaze swept across the void. He had just placed many jade talismans and hidden them. At this time, everyone was fighting, so it was naturally difficult to find them. However, he still did not choose to attack. It was not the final moment yet. None of the 5 emperors were easy to deal with. He could see that although the Serene Moon Demon Emperor was constantly coughing out blood, her aura was not chaotic. This meant that she was not panicking. She was very calm and was waiting for the right time to strike. In order to prevent the 5 emperors from escaping, Gu Changa was still at the Gate of Life. He was using his innate god's will to guard the great Tao treasure bottle. From the beginning, the 5 emperors had no chance of winning this shocking chess game. Rumble! An unimaginable battle continued. Evil winds howled and waves of blood filled the sky. The aura of the entire heaven and earth changed. Many divine skills were displayed, and many supreme divine skills were being used. The Xianyang Demon Emperor and the Crimson Heaven Demon Emperor were covered in blood. They were crazed from the battle and did not look like emperors at all. Now is the time. The Serene Moon Demon Emperor, who was constantly coughing out blood, had a cold look in her eyes. She finally found the opportunity to display her supreme technique. Endless divine light was faintly discernible. A huge black shadow flew across the sky, roaring and shaking the sky. Then the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the other peerless, ferocious beasts released their divine fire and rushed into the 9 heavens. Her expression was cold as she formed hand seals. Although she was covered in blood, it could not hide her ruthlessness. A black whirlwind swept through the sky. A terrifying aura filled the air, making the Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor feel uneasy. In the eye of the whirlwind stood a giant beast. A terrifying divine deer was looking down on them. A phantom image appeared, intimidating everyone. Don't be scared by her. Let's fight it out with her. She is not our match. The Blood Demon Emperor's expression was cold. He knew how terrifying this move was, but he did not care at all. His body shone, and a large hand pushed forward. However, the other Demon Emperor was not having a good time. His body cracked open. He was almost penetrated by the Serene Moon Demon Emperor's attack. His sea of laws boiled and was eventually drowned out. Kill her! He rushed out from within, letting out a low roar. His face was cold because of the pain. Under this attack, his body was almost penetrated. He continuously coughed out blood as he was sent flying. At this time, everyone's hair was dyed red. It was as if they were going to kill until this realm collapsed. The Blood Demon Emperor raised his palm, which turned into a large black palm print and sent the Serene Moon Demon Emperor flying. His body exploded, and the blood of a quasi-emperor splattered across the sky, destroying millions of miles of mountains and rivers. However, he was not having a good time either. He was hit by one of the Serene Moon Demon Emperor's secret spiritual techniques. His forehead split open, and a third of his primordial spirit was destroyed. This was the Serene Moon Divine Deer's innate skill. It was an extremely powerful spiritual attack, and even a quasi-emperor could not escape. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. Countless moves were exchanged. In the past, it was not uncommon for emperors to fight for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, the situation was critical now. The world's origin could mature at any time. Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Finally, the battle came to an end. The Serene Moon Demon Emperor was the first to come to an end. Her body exploded. Her primordial spirit wrapped around her life origin and fled, turning into a divine light to leave this place. The Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor were not having a good time either. They were heavily injured and were quickly recovering. She escaped. Or did she do it on purpose? Gu Changa looked at the fleeing Serene Moon Demon Emperor. His expression did not change. He pondered for a while and put her down for the time being. Whether it was intentional or not, it did not affect him at all. Then he looked at the Xianyang Demon Emperor with a strange look in his eyes. The Xianyang heavenly blade was not that easy to deal with. At this point, it was time for him to reel in the net. What's going on? How is this possible? The Xianyang heavenly blade is not listening to me. At this moment, the Xianyang Demon Emperor, who was locked in battle with the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, suddenly changed his expression. He was in disbelief. That was because he felt the Xianyang heavenly blade in his hand emitting a clear and melodious sound. A terrifying force came from it, wanting to shatter his internal organs. At the same time, it strongly resisted his control and did not want to be controlled. This feeling was too sudden. He was caught off guard and could not believe it. One had to know that in a battle of life and death, there was only a thin line. It was just a matter of a moment, but it could decide many things, including life and death. By the time the Xianyang Demon Emperor reacted, it was already too late. Poof! Seeing this, although the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor was a little confused, he did not want to let go of such a good opportunity. He sneered and once again summoned the primordial True Feather. Golden light flashed, incomparably dazzling, cutting through the void as if it came from outside the boundless universe. The primordial True Feather was like an immortal sword, piercing through the Xianyang Demon Emperor's forehead. Immediately, bone fragments flew everywhere, and the top of his head exploded. A terrifying emperor's aura surged, and his face was a bloody mess. It had to be said that, as an emperor, the Xianyang demon emperor's cultivation was unparalleled. Even if the primordial true feather pierced through the forehead, it was only the cheekbone that cracked, and it was difficult to reach the back. "Ah!" the Xianyang demon emperor roared. His face was blurred, and the aura around him was boiling as he tried to resist. He did not know why, but the Xianyang heavenly blade that had accompanied him for countless years wanted to break free from his hand at this critical moment. "No matter what, you must die today." Seeing this, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor once again urged his magic power and sneered. He wanted to use the primordial true feather to destroy the Xianyang Demon Emperor's divine soul. He could also see that the Xianyang heavenly blade was resisting, and it was not as docile as before. Although he did not know the reason, it was an extremely good opportunity for him. The primordial true feather was extremely terrifying, and it was formed by his cultivation. In terms of offensive power, it was stronger than the Scarlet Firmament Spear. At this moment, the white bone cracked open again, and a vast wave spread out, turning into a golden sword that was about to destroy the Xianyang Demon Emperor's divine soul. Koof! However, the next moment, the Xianyang Demon Emperor's body suddenly boiled, and his qi and blood flowed backward, as dazzling as the sun, gathering in the middle of his forehead. He was using the life-forbidden technique, intending to fight to the death with the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor. "Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy," the Xianyang Demon Emperor roared. At the same time, he held the Xianyang heavenly blade again, and regardless of its resistance, he slashed at the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor. This attack was far more powerful than his previous attacks. It was as if he could split open the universe in front of him. "Are you going to die with me?" "It's not up to you." The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor saw through his intention. His eyes were cold as he activated his strongest attack, intending to resist. The Blood Demon Emperor and the other Demon Emperor's expressions changed abruptly, feeling the horror of this technique. They did not have time to heal their injuries and began to leave this place, fearing that they would be affected. Dong! Here, infinite light erupted as the Xianyang Demon Emperor used the Forbidden Life technique. It was as if the universe had collapsed, and it was dazzling and brilliant. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor let out a muffled groan, and his body was almost broken in half. Fortunately, he retreated in time and avoided the critical blow. "Ha ha ha, Xianyang, you can't beat me after all. I have won this battle, and the world's origin is mine. You will die here, and from now on, I will be the sole ruler of the demon realm." He looked at the Xianyang Demon Emperor's tattered body and could not help but laugh wildly. Obviously, he had the appearance of a victor. How is this possible? How could there be a problem with the Xianyang Heavenly Blade? The Xianyang Demon Emperor's aura was weak, and there was not a spot on his body that was unharmed. At this moment, he still could not believe that the weapon that had accompanied him for so many years would be damaged. If not, how could he be defeated and even be in danger of dying? At this moment, the Xianyang Demon Emperor suddenly thought of something. He turned his head with difficulty and looked in a certain direction, as if he was looking for a figure. Puff! Suddenly, a black halberd appeared in the void, surrounded by the aura of destruction and the great Tao. Demonic qi filled the sky and pierced through heaven and earth. Suddenly, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, who was laughing wildly, was pierced through the void. A terrifying bloody hole ran through his body, almost tearing him apart. "I don't think so. You'd better stay here and accompany the Xianyang Demon Emperor." A young man's voice sounded, with a hint of mockery. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Blood continued to spurt out, accompanied by the light of the Emperor realm. He turned his head in disbelief, and his eyes widened. He could not believe that someone would attack him at this time. A terrifying chill swept through his divine soul. Even if he had an emperor body, it was indestructible. But under the black halberd, it was as fragile as a piece of paper and was easily torn apart. This kind of power was horrifying and unimaginable. Who the hell are you? The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's face was extremely ugly. Before this, he had actually noticed Gu Changa, but he did not pay much attention to him, thinking that he was in cahoots with the Xianyang Demon Emperor. Although Gu Changa's cultivation was extraordinary in front of an Emperor realm existence, what was the use? However, he did not expect that when he was at his most careless and was seriously injured, it was Gu Changa who suddenly attacked and gave him such a fatal blow. Young Master Gu, you also tampered with the Xianyang Heavenly Blade. You are so calculating. From the beginning, you have been scheming against us. To think that I actually trusted you. Seeing this scene, the Xianyang Demon Emperor also understood, and a chill appeared on his back. From the beginning to the end, Gu Changa had been concealing his purpose, deceiving them, and making them lower their guard. Even the Xianyang Heavenly Blade was tampered with, including him and the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor. They were all schemed against by Gu Changa, but unfortunately they were unaware of it. Senior Xianyang Demon Emperor, it's not too late to understand. This junior will accept your source energy. Gu Changa smiled faintly, but his eyes were deep and unperturbed. This kind of thing that was predestined from the beginning could not cause the slightest change in his heart. Hearing this, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, whose body was pierced by the 8 Desolation Demon halberd, also understood the whole story. It turned out that not only him, but even the Xianyang Demon Emperor was also schemed against by this young man in front of him. This made him laugh out loud, full of self-mockery. As an emperor, even at this moment, he had a kind of temperament that made people admire him. I didn't expect that we, who have been invincible in the demon realm for a lifetime, would fall in the hands of such a junior in the end. How ironic! The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. As he spoke, blood with imperial splendor appeared on his wound again. Strands of divine light intertwined there, trying to connect the wound and heal it. However, the 8 Desolation Demon halberd contained the absolute power to destroy the world, and it easily destroyed all his vitality. This kind of power was too strong and overbearing, annihilating all matter and existence in front of it. Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, you flatter me. This junior just casually picked up a bargain. Gu Changa looked calm and understated. This is nothing. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stared at him and said, "Who are you? The weapon in your hand reminds me of a taboo rumor that should have been buried in the long river of time." His heart trembled slightly. This young man's strength and cultivation were simply too strong. Even the ancient books did not dare to record this. "Senior, don't you think you're talking too much nonsense?" Gu Changa did not answer. His arm turned slightly, and the 8 Desolation Demon halberd suddenly slashed horizontally, erupting with an incomparably terrifying divine power. "You!" The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's expression changed abruptly, almost unable to believe this scene. The imperial splendor collapsed, and then with a loud bang, it collapsed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. As an existence of the Emperor realm, it was difficult to bury the heavens and destroy the earth. Even if his body was split into pieces and buried in the 4 poles of heaven and earth, he could still be resurrected in this world. However, under the destructive aura of the 8 Desolation Demon halberd, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor's aura was instantly annihilated. "It's your turn, Senior Xianyang." Gu Changa's expression did not change. He looked at the Xianyang Demon Emperor, whose expression had changed abruptly. The 8 Desolation Demon halberd was surrounded by bloody light, and its fierce aura covered the heavens, as if the dome of heaven was about to collapse. If the 2 of them were not seriously injured, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. Whether it was the Xianyang Demon Emperor or the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor, their cultivation was unfathomable. Even if they were not as strong as the Violet Mansion Great Elder, they were not far away. Chapter 417. Don't worry, you can't run away either. Gu Changa looked at the blood demon Narch and the other demon Narch on the other side, whose expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, the void in all directions suddenly froze, followed by a vast fluctuation. Chaotic chi surged. Heavenly palaces, immortal palaces, divine buildings. Many towering divine objects appeared, covering all directions. Surging divine light burst out from it, completely enveloping this place. Heaven and earth turned into nothingness, turning into a muddle-headed land. Heaven sealing earth locking formation. The blood demon, Darch, recognized this formation, and his expression changed rapidly. At this moment, he was already severely injured. If he was at his peak, he could easily break this formation. But now, he obviously couldn't do it. Even if he could, it would take time. By then, Gu Changa would have dealt with the Xianyang demon Narch and come to deal with him. After witnessing the death of the crimson firmament demon Narch, the blood demon Darch didn't dare to underestimate Gu Changa at all. Even if the crimson firmament demon Darch was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he wasn't so easy to deal with. He could extract the origin of the laws of the universe at any time to recover to his peak. However, he was easily destroyed by Gu Changa's terrifying halberd. Let's fight it out with him. Otherwise, we won't have any chance of survival later. The blood demon, Darch, was very decisive and used his current strongest technique. Behind him, a bloody light soared into the sky as if it could pierce through this universe. The rain of blood surged and bloomed in the void, forming many beautiful yet terrifying flowers of blood. It was as if many ancient worlds were evolving within them, containing boundless and boundless power. With this vast power, he pressed forward with crushing force. Do you still have the ability to resist now? Gu Changa didn't care. His expression was very cold. The 8 desolation demon, halberd, swept across, and the black light was like a monstrous wave, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Many worlds collapsed and turned into ashes. Resistance was futile. It directly split the blood demon Darch in half. The other demon, Darch, was terrified and stunned by this scene. Although they were seriously injured, it was easy for them to kill supreme beings. However, in the hands of Gu Changa, they couldn't resist at all. Although the weapon was very terrifying, it also showed that Gu Changa's strength was enough. You said that you and my son hit it off at first sight. Then where is Bufan now? Seeing this scene, Xianyang Demon Sovereign's face grew colder and colder. He knew that he couldn't escape today, but he still had doubts in his heart. How did Gu Changa obtain the profound yang, heavenly blade, and successfully enter this place? Your son? If you go down to look for him now, you might be able to meet him on the Yellow Springs Road. When Gu Changa heard this, he only smiled faintly. You killed my son? Profound Sun Demon Overlord's heart was filled with hatred. As a demon overlord, this was the first time he hated someone so much. Even his old rival, the Scarlet Firmament Demon Overlord, was not this deep. You are so vicious. If I don't die, puff. However, Gu Changa did not allow him to finish his sentence. With a shake of his arm, the 8 desolation demon, halberd, cleaved the demon monarch into 2 halves. Even though the Xianyang demon monarch tried to resist at the last moment, it was futile. Then, the 8 desolation demon, halberd, rushed out from his hand. With a flash of black light, it charged towards the trembling demon overlord in the distance. Blood rained down, and the great Tao rules were broken. Soon, peace was restored to this place. Profound yang, heavenly blade, primordial, true feather. Gu Changa's smile was somewhat mocking as he descended from the sky. A golden light flashed in the distance, and the primordial, true feather fell into his hand. It was sharp and contained many simple Tao runes and patterns, the hardest true feather of an emperor realm existence. Then a terrifying gray fog began to appear, covering the sky and the sun. In a trance, There seemed to be a bottomless black hole appearing between heaven and earth, enveloping all directions and swallowing everything. Guchanga sat there cross-legged. His 6 trillion cells seemed to have awakened at the same time. His bones, lungs, blood, and flesh all gushed out rolling chi and blood. Fragments of the long river of time appeared behind him. Vaguely, a figure with a vague face that covered the heavens could be seen merging with him. Countless great Tao runes fell, condensing into a great Tao treasure bottle. Many origins gathered, especially the origins of the 2 Emperor Realm existences. They were even more obvious and dazzling, containing the meaning of 5 colors. They even condensed into their figures, carrying their fates and true spirits that had not dissipated. However, Guchanga's expression remained cold and indifferent. His aura was constantly changing. This time, his harvest could be said to be not small, because his comprehension of the origin of laws had long broken through the bottleneck of the realm and reached another world. Now, what was lacking was only cultivation. Late stage quasi-supreme. Peak. Supreme realm. Early stage. Mid-stage. Emperor realm origins were extremely rare, but for Guchanga, it was still not enough. In the end, it only lasted until he broke through to the mid-stage of the supreme. No matter how heaven-defying the forbidden demonic art was, it was impossible to recreate an Emperor Realm existence with just an Emperor Realm origin. Not to mention that the origin he needed to devour was calculated in a sea of numbers. However, the many cultivation insights and divine powers contained in it were precious. If the world origin here matures, it will be enough for me to touch the threshold of the peak of the supreme. Then Guchanga stood up. The many terrifying phenomena here disappeared and peace was restored. Other than the traces of the previous battle, there was no abnormality. For demon emperors had died here, including the 2 true Emperor Realm existences. Even their corpses had turned to ashes. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely be a shocking event that would shock everyone. However, other than him, no one else knew. After all, to the outside world, the 6 demon emperors had died and disappeared 6,000 years ago. No one would care about this kind of thing. If I didn't take advantage of their infighting, I'm afraid this matter would not be so easy. Then Guchanga turned into a divine light and chased in the direction that the Dark Moon Demon Emperor had escaped. The matter of the world origin was not urgent for the time being. After all, he was the only one in the huge mirror world. In Guchanga's eyes, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was now a dead man. At this moment, in the stone cave that was overflowing with multicolored light, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's face was a little pale, but her eyes were unusually calm. She sat there cross-legged and began to heal her injuries. With her strength, there was no need for her to be in such a sorry state when she was besieged by 2 people. However, in order to let the Xianyang Demon Emperor, Qi Shao Demon Emperor, and the others let down their guard, she had no choice but to do so. After all, her cultivation was at the bottom of the pile in everyone's eyes. The Qi Shao Demon Emperor and the others naturally did not see her as a big threat. Only by maintaining their strength and trump cards could they have a share of the spoils when the world origin matured. If not, she had a chance to leave this world and escape through the gate of life. Brother Xianyang, don't blame me for abandoning you and escaping. With my strength, I couldn't help you much even if I stayed there. If anything happens to you, I will help you take care of your child, Jun Bufan, after I get out. However, you have the Xianyang Heavenly Blade in hand. I'm sure they can't do anything to you. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor sighed faintly. If not for the fetters in her heart, she would not have done this. Then a light appeared in between her eyebrows. A sealed palace appeared, and a dazzling immortal robe fell out. Many rules flashed on it. It was sacred and had an aura of immortality. This was an immortal robe. Legend had it that it was made by an innate god during the ancient times of the demon realm. It could withstand the attacks of an emperor. This was her trump card. Since she had made an agreement with the other 5 emperors to come to this world, she naturally had to make many preparations. The Xianyang Demon Emperor wanted to use his son, Jun Bufan, as a backup plan to send his Dao weapon, the Xianyang Heavenly Blade, into this world. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor naturally had a plan, but she hid it very well. Even the Xianyang Demon Emperor, who treated her like a sister, did not know about this. Just as the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was about to put on the immortal robe, there was a sudden fluctuation in the cave abode. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor frowned. She was suspicious and vigilant. Who had secretly followed her all the way here? Xianyang, Qi Shao, and the others are fighting. The blood demon should not be able to free himself to chase after me. A light flashed in the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's hand. A light blue staff appeared. It looked like it was made of immortal blue gold and shone like stars. But soon, she sensed the aura of the person and was even more confused. Young Master Gu, why did you chase after me? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor stood up and walked out. She put away the immortal robe and looked calm. Outside the cave abode, Gu Chang'e landed from the sky. Senior Dark Moon, how are your injuries? I have quite a few healing panaceas in my hands. If you need them, I'll leave them here. He spoke first with a natural smile, as if he knew what the Dark Moon Demon Emperor wanted to ask. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor shook her head slightly. She stared at him as if she wanted to see through him. Why did you follow me all the way here? She asked again. She was indifferent to Gu Chang'e's words. At the same time, a terrifying Boundary Emperor's aura appeared. The void trembled as if it would collapse at any time. I saw that Senior Dark Moon's injuries were serious and was worried. That's why I chased after you. Of course, I was also worried that I would be injured by the shockwaves from the battle. Gu Chang'e did not seem to care about the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's aura and smiled casually. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor believed him a little after hearing this explanation. She did not think that Gu Chang'e would be so stupid as to continue staying there after seeing that the Xianyang Demon Emperor was at a disadvantage. How was the battle when you left? She could not help but ask. How was the battle? I think that Senior Dark Moon should go and take a look yourself, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Or you can go and ask them yourself. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor suddenly felt a terrifying, murderous aura. Her expression changed, and she immediately took out the immortal robe. However, Gu Chang'e was faster than her. A golden light flashed under his sleeve. The primordial true feather was like an unsheathed immortal sword. It pierced through the void and slashed towards her forehead. How dare you? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor's expression changed. She never thought that Gu Chang'e would suddenly attack and try to kill her. In an instant, the cave residence collapsed. She quickly flew towards the sky and felt a terrifying chill. Gu Chang'e's strength was beyond her imagination. She was a third heaven boundary emperor. However, she felt that he was unfathomable. He was even more terrifying than when she first saw him. What happened in just a few days? Or was it that Gu Chang'e had been hiding his true strength before this? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor was shocked. Her immortal robe flowed with light and blocked the golden feather that Gu Chang'e had taken out. However, she did not feel good either. Her blood churned as she took a few steps back and coughed out blood. This is the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor's primordial true feather. How did it end up in your hands, however? What shocked her even more was that the golden feather in front of her was the primordial true feather that the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor had taken out when he fought with the Xianyang Demon Emperor. This was the hardest feather on the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor's body. He had nurtured it for countless years, and its power was no weaker than that of an emperor weapon. What happened? After I escaped, did you kill the Xianyang Demon Emperor, the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor, and the others? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor was shocked and felt her scalp go numb. This kind of thing made her feel as if the sky was falling down on her. How did Gu Chang'e do it? Otherwise, what else could it be? He can't even kill a third heaven boundary emperor. It seems that this is all there is to it. However, That robe of yours is a little special. So that's why. However, Gu Changa did not answer the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's question. Instead, he regretfully took back the primordial true feather. His gaze fell on the immortal robe that was emitting a hazy glow. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor felt a chill run down her spine, and her divine spirit trembled. This was the first time she felt fear from a young man. Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to help you? Gu Changa glanced at her and said in a light tone, as if she was asking a trifle whether she wanted to eat or not. The Xianyang Demon Emperor, the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor, and the others all died at your hands? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor's voice trembled uncontrollably. She did not dare to imagine how such a thing had happened. Even if Gu Changa had unfathomable means, it was impossible for him to kill two emperors. This was simply a fantasy story. However, the Scarlet Heaven Demon Emperor's primordial true feather was in Gu Changa's hands. If you want to know, go down and ask them. The Xianyang Heavenly Saber appeared in Gu Changa's hand again. With a clang, the terrifying saber chi seemed to be able to split open the universe. I have no feud with you. Why do you want to kill me? The Dark Moon Demon Emperor felt a chill run down her spine. She circulated many laws and was not sure if the immortal robe could block Gu Changa's attack. Do I need a reason for this? Gu Changa swung his saber down. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor coughed out blood again. The light on the immortal robe dimmed, and many runes were destroyed. All the methods she used were reduced to ashes at 760, and all her efforts were in vain. The scene made the Dark Moon Demon Emperor despair. She had already recovered from most of her injuries. However, in front of this young man, she could not resist at all. He was so powerful that it made her despair. I can offer my neck and give you this undying divine robe, but can you promise me one thing? Otherwise, I'd rather self-destruct and destroy the robe than let you have it. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor gritted her teeth. At this point, this was the only way she could think of. She believed that as long as Gu Changa was not stupid, he would know what was good for him. What is it? Gu Changa said calmly. He was indeed interested in the immortal robe. It was a defensive attribute, supreme treasure that could fight against emperors. It was rare even among the many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies. Although he had no use for it, Yu Mingkong would like it. This should be a simple request for you. I just want to ask you to help me pass a message to my daughter, Xiao. For the past 6,000 years, The Dark Moon Demon Emperor smiled bitterly. She seemed to have accepted her fate and stopped struggling. What she wanted the most now was to leave this place and tell her daughter everything she had done for the past 6,000 years and ask for her forgiveness. No need. Gu Changa frowned and interrupted her. You can say those words to her yourself. He did not like to leave anyone alive. The secrets of the 6 emperors should be buried here. Although the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was Xiao's mother, she was just an insignificant passerby in his eyes. Empress Xiao was at most a tool to him. Gu Changa would not waste too much emotion on her. However, sometimes he would still consider Xiao's feelings. After all, now that the Dark Moon Demon Emperor had said so, he could not be bothered to do anything else and leave Xiao as a memento. If the Dark Moon Demon Emperor had no feelings for Xiao, then Gu Changa would be more than happy to help her get rid of those feelings. Hearing this, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was stunned. Then, her face turned pale and blood drained from her face. She looked sorrowful and said in a trembling voice, "Did you kill my daughter, Xiao?" In her opinion, Gu Changa meant to send her on her way and tell Xiao personally. Didn't this mean that Xiao had died before her? Gu Changa looked at her strangely and kept the Xianyang heavenly blade. He said calmly, "I didn't kill your daughter and I won't kill you. You just have to watch your mouth." Hearing this, the Dark Moon Demon Emperor was stunned. She could not believe that Gu Changa's attitude would change so quickly. Just a moment ago, he looked like he was going to kill her, but now he did not want to kill her. However, She did not dare to ask about this. She vaguely guessed that it might have something to do with her daughter, Xiao. Thank you, young Master Gu, for not killing me. Don't worry, I will not tell anyone what happened here. I swear on my Tao heart that if I break this oath, I will be destroyed by heaven and earth and will never be reincarnated. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor's attitude towards Gu Chang'e was much more respectful. After making the oath, she handed over the immortal divine robe. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Surviving was more important than anything else. Chapter 418. Gu Chang'e was not very interested in the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's oath. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor was not stupid. She had no evidence to say that the other demon emperors had died at the hands of Gu Chang'e. On the contrary, she could not explain this matter and might as well continue to hide it. Moreover, the consequences of offending Gu Chang'e did not need to be said. On the other hand, although the Dark Moon Demon Emperor would not gain any benefits from this, she would be the only demon emperor left in the vast demon realm. This was a good thing for Empress Xiao. For 6,000 years, she had used the name of the Dark Moon Demon Emperor to intimidate and quell many rebellions. However, as time passed, she might arouse suspicion. Wait for me at the Gate of Life. Gu Chang'e did not let the Dark Moon Demon Emperor follow him. After he finished speaking, he went alone to the abyss where the world's origin was. Yes. The Dark Moon Demon Emperor nodded and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Gu Chang'e leave. She had never dared to imagine trembling in fear because of a junior. She did not dare to disobey Gu Chang'e's orders, so she turned into a divine rainbow and went to the Gate of Life. She was worried that she would arouse Gu Chang'e's suspicion if she followed him to the world's origin. This was good. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Xiao this time. The young master of the Gu clan obviously let me go because of Xiao. She sighed faintly, not knowing whether to rejoice or laugh bitterly. Gu Chang'e stopped in front of the abyss. He raised his eyebrows slightly as he watched the void in front of him begin to collapse with a vast force emerging from it. Wisps of immortal mist gushed out from it and then transformed into various strange beasts, as well as the figures of living beings who had once set foot in this place. However, these were only scenes of the past and did not exist in the present. It was unknown how long ago they had been there. Is this the power of the world's origin? Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. She felt that all her cells were somewhat restless at this moment. This was the devouring intent when encountering a supreme origin. Even the quasi-emperor origin sources and emperor realm origin sources would not be like this. This could only mean that the world's origin was indeed extraordinary. It was one of the most miraculous powers in the world, and it could even give birth to many strange energies. This kind of power was supreme and majestic, and one could even hear the rumbling sound of the world spinning from it. Ripples appeared in the void, and in an instant it caused the nearby hills to split open. The Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor and the others had sat cross-legged in this place for thousands of years, and even their cultivation had changed. When the world's origin matured, the demon realm might change and evolve to a higher level of the world. Gu Chang'e naturally didn't want to wait until then. This was the good fortune of the demon realm. It had nothing to do with him. What he valued was the benefits that this world's origin would bring him. Among them, the most direct one was to increase his cultivation level. If some ancient existence were to witness this scene, I'm afraid they would think that I'm wasting God's gift. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile. Now, the world's origin was already trembling violently. Strands of supreme aura gushed out from it and swept through all directions. The entire mirror world seemed to be unable to continue to hold it. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e didn't stay any longer and stepped forward. The void in front of him seemed to have opened a door that led directly to the abyss below. His body glowed, and even his hair was golden. Majestic and vast five-colored divine light fell down, resisting this world's aura. Even the Scarlet Firmament Demon Emperor and the others didn't dare to go in under this pressure. They had to wait until the world's origin matured and all the pressure weakened to the lowest point before taking action. This wasn't a problem for Guchanga. He found the flaw in the space and directly connected to the deepest area. Buzz! Soon, a monstrous aura erupted from this place. It was as if there were ancient and majestic worlds flowing under the abyss. In the rumbling sound, there was chaotic air gushing out, and the sun, moon, and stars were rotating. Even if the void door was there, it was difficult to maintain and collapsed almost instantly. However, Guchanga's movements were very fast. The moment he stepped into the depths, he found the exact location of the world's origin. His 5 fingers glowed, and runes of the great Tao shot out, breaking through the world's aura. He saw a huge source of light that was like a star. The aura of the great Tao filled the air, and chaotic fog wrapped around it. Countless divine chains of rules intertwined, bobbing up and down there. Guchanga opened his mouth and roared. Black light shrouded the sky like a river of stars falling down, drowning that place. The world's origin didn't have self-consciousness. It was just resisting instinctively, but layers of runes of the great Tao formed chains, firmly sealing it in this place. At this moment, a huge commotion occurred in the demon realm outside the mirror world. A terrifying phenomenon appeared in the sky, as if there were flames burning. The sky collapsed and fell like meteors. What is this? Could it be that we are going to be wiped out? Is a disaster falling from the sky? All the demon clan creatures in the 9 regions looked at this scene in shock. Their hearts were filled with fear as if they were facing a natural disaster. In this terrifying aura, they were as small as ants, and their souls were trembling. It was as if the sky was about to collapse, crushing all the creatures in the demon realm to death. It was as if the final catastrophe was coming. In the palace, Empress Xiao's figure moved and appeared in the sky. She looked at this scene from afar, frowning. Countless creatures in the demon realm knelt inside. Some were pious, some were fearful, and some were in despair. What happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? Empress Xiao was puzzled. Although this scene looked extremely frightening with her cultivation, she could see clearly that this was just a phenomenon. This wasn't what was really happening. It was just a phenomenon caused by a certain place that was reflected in the sky for all the creatures in the demon realm to see. Could it be related to Guchanga's purpose in coming to the demon realm? Her first reaction was that it had something to do with Guchanga. Guchanga had disappeared for half a month. In this half a month, she followed his instructions and didn't interfere in anything. She dealt with her memorials and state affairs obediently. But at this moment, Empress Xiao couldn't help but feel shocked. She faintly felt that this matter had something to do with the secret of the demon realm. This phenomenon appeared very quickly, but it lasted for a full half a month. In this half a month, the huge demon realm was in a state of panic. Many people were extremely worried, feeling that a great disaster was about to befall the demon realm. However, they found that these terrifying phenomena didn't really exist, but were just reflections in the sky. Many people gradually got used to it and calmed down, but they were still a little curious about the reason. Jiang Luotian by Lian Tianze, and the others were waiting at the Gate of Life. They naturally noticed the phenomenon in the demon realm, and they also felt an intense and terrifying fluctuation under the Gate of Life. It was ancient and majestic, as if it was about to rush out of the sky. However, in the next moment, a monstrous, ferocious aura spread out from the depths of the ancient well, as if a hidden supreme true demon was waking up and walking out, suppressing this terrifying fluctuation. This made everyone's hearts tremble, and their souls couldn't help but feel fear. Under this monstrous aura, even by Lian, who had reached the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, felt like she was an ant that could be crushed at any time. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but guess what Guchanga had left behind. After waiting for a few days at the Gate of Death and not seeing Guchanga leave, they turned back to this place, feeling that he might come out in the end. Now, Feeling the ferocious aura under the ancient well, no one dared to get close and stayed very far away. Sister, what is under the ancient well? Is it really the exit of that world? Jun Fan's face was pale, and his heart was full of despair. During this period of time, he had thought of many ways to escape, but Bai Lian saw through them all. Moreover, he had a bad premonition that something bad was going to happen to his father. Father gave this place to me and told me to guard it. I feel that if Father wants to leave, he will come out in the end. Let's wait a little longer. Jun Ruashi's expression was very calm. In fact, she had already released Gu Changa's seal in the past few days, because Gu Changa didn't care too much at that time. She relied on the uniqueness of this place to secretly release the seal, and even Jun Fan didn't know. Now, she was waiting for the time to give everyone a surprise attack and save Jun Fan. Hearing this, Jun Fan nodded, but his heart was already full of despair, and he couldn't find any other way. Just as everyone was feeling different, a fluctuation suddenly came from under the ancient well. At the same time, a divine light pierced through the sky, and it was incomparably terrifying. This scene made Jun Fan and Jun Ruashi feel hopeful, and they couldn't help but look over. He's come out. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. They had waited here for almost a month. Calculating the time, regardless of whether Gu Changa succeeded or failed, he should have come out. Jiang Luoshin, Tianze, Song Yue, Jun Yao, and the others all looked over. They felt that the matchless power in the ancient well seemed to be dissipating, and the terrifying aura that shrouded heaven and earth was quickly receding like the tide. Above the ancient well, a figure was the first to walk out. He was wearing a long, moon-colored robe and had a terrifying, quasi-emperor aura around him. Demon Emperor Yue, Jun Fan, and Jun Ruashi recognized him and were somewhat delighted. Since the Demon Emperor Yue had come out, then wouldn't their father, the Shenyang Demon Emperor, be behind him? Jun Ruashi, the Demon Emperor Yue, didn't expect that there would be so many people outside the ancient well, especially Jun Ruashi, whom she recognized. The young man beside her must be Jun Bufan. However, she sighed faintly in her heart, and her expression returned to indifference, as if she didn't see them. This scene made Jun Ruashi and Jun Fan's expressions change. They felt that something was wrong. This is Empress Shi Yao's mother, the former Demon Emperor Yue. Jun Yao and Song Yue's expressions were somewhat incredulous. They didn't know what was hidden in the ancient well. Now, the Demon Emperor Yue, who had disappeared for more than 6,000 years, had walked out. What's wrong? Are you very surprised? Gu Changa's figure followed behind the Demon Emperor Yue. At this time, he also came out of the ancient well. He swept a glance at everyone and finally landed on Jun Fan and Jun Ruashi. Gu Changa, where's my father? Jun Fan's pupils shrank, and his expression turned cold. The premonition in his heart grew stronger. Why did the Demon Emperor Yue come out, but not his father? You ask me, how would I know? Didn't the Xianyang Demon Emperor die 6,000 years ago? Gu Changa shook his head slightly, and his tone was somewhat helpless and regretful. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see the Xianyang Demon Emperor. Otherwise, I would have been able to see his invincible demeanor and see how he used to look down on the demon realm. Jun Fan's expression was incomparably ugly. Jun Ruashi's expression was also ugly, and she even felt despair. Unexpectedly, their father didn't come out with the Demon Emperor Yue. What had happened in the past 6,000 years? Why did the Demon Emperor Yue ignore them? Could it be that their father had really died? Moreover, she felt that Gu Changa had seen through her means, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Returned to the imperial capital, Gu Changa looked at Bai Lian, Jiang Luoshin, and the others. After devouring the world's origin, his cultivation had broken through again. He had reached the peak of the supremacy realm and was only one step away from the quasi-emperor realm. Although the process was somewhat difficult and took a lot of time and means, it didn't disappoint him. Bai Lian, are also clearly noticed that Gu Changa was now many times stronger than before. If he was unfathomable before, then he was now as vast as the ocean and unfathomable. Although Jiang Luotian didn't see it as clearly as Bai Lian Er, she also knew that Gu Changa had benefited greatly from it. Previously, Gu Changa was already invincible among his peers, and very few people in the older generation could contend against him. Then, wouldn't he now be able to challenge a quasi-emperor or emperor realm expert? I wonder if Miss Yue and Jun Bufan know about this matter. Does Empress Xiao know? However, before moving, Gu Changa glanced at Song Yue and smiled casually. Song Yue's face was slightly pale. Although she was gentle and generous, it didn't mean that she was stupid. Under the circumstances that she knew Jun Bufan's identity, she still came to see him and followed him to explore the ruins. If Empress Xiao knew about this matter, not only would she be punished, but her father would also be implicated. Young Master Changa, Song Yue wanted to explain, but halfway through, she didn't know how to continue. Because no matter how she explained, she couldn't get rid of the fact that she met Jun Bufan privately. Miss Yue, you don't have to explain. In fact, I know that you played an important role in being able to catch Jun Bufan. I will explain this matter clearly to Empress Xiao. Gu Changa smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. Hearing this, Song Yue was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly in her heart. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She wasn't stupid and knew what Gu Changa meant. He wouldn't tell Empress Xiao about this matter, but instead say that it was because of her that Jun Bufan was caught. In this way, not only would she be innocent, she would even be rewarded. However, this kind of thing went against her conscience, but she couldn't refuse. Thank you for your magnanimity, young Master Changa. If there is a chance, Yue will definitely welcome you. Soon, she regained her composure and bowed to Gu Changa. You don't have to be so polite, it's just a matter of saying a word. Gu Changa waved his hand as he spoke. At the same time, he glanced at Jun Fan. Seeing his pale, dazed, and incredulous expression, his smile was somewhat meaningful. Yue, I didn't expect that even you would betray me. Jun Fan's expression was sorrowful as he stared at Song Yue. He didn't expect that in the end, she would also succumb to power. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was very painful, as if a sharp blade was cutting it. However, Song Yue didn't look at him, as if she didn't hear him. If there's anything, say it when we return to the imperial capital. Gu Changa looked at Jun Yao, who was hesitating to speak, and said without a change in his expression. Jun Yao's eyes dimmed as she lowered her head. She found it difficult to accept. The current Gu Changa was completely different from the one in the imperial capital, making her feel very unfamiliar and fearful. At that time, he was as gentle as jade, treated people peacefully, elegant, and handsome. This huge difference made her feel lost, but more than that, she was frightened and uneasy. In the Demon Realm's imperial capital, Empress Xiao was dealing with state affairs. She didn't expect to see Gu Changa bring someone she didn't expect. Mother, she was in disbelief. She hadn't seen the Demon Emperor for 6,000 years. Xiao, you've suffered all these years. Mother is sorry. The Demon Emperor's voice was also a little sour. He felt that the current Xiao was poles apart from the one 6,000 years ago. Back then, she was innocent. Although she had some tricks up her sleeve, she wasn't as serious, cold, and dignified as she was now, as if she had been in a high position for a long time. It was obvious that a lot of things had happened in the past 6,000 years, which caused her to become like this. When Empress Xiao saw her mother for the first time, she didn't feel much joy at reuniting with her mother. Instead, she felt more puzzled. She had a lot of doubts and questions in her heart. You and your mother have reunited, so I won't interfere. Seeing her look at him, Gu Changa smiled. He didn't intend to stay here any longer, so he got up and left the palace. Empress Xiao looked at him resentfully, but her expression quickly returned to normal. She vaguely guessed the cause and effect of this matter. From the demon emperor's respectful attitude towards Gu Changa, it was obvious that he had gone through a life-and-death situation. With Gu Changa's personality, he must have considered her when he brought the demon emperor back. This made her feel much better, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that she did have a place in his heart. In the palace, Empress Xiao and the demon emperor started to reminisce. The demon emperor had told her everything that should be said, but she wouldn't say anything that shouldn't be said. Empress Xiao was also very tactful. She knew that many things weren't for her to know, so she didn't ask too much. These 6,000 years were indeed a rare experience for her. Even without the demon emperor by her side, it was enough to support the huge demon domain. This made the demon emperor more or less happy, but at the same time sad. Very quickly, a few days passed. Empress Xiao knew that Gu Changa had plans to leave the demon domain. She went to see the Jun siblings who were locked up in the heavenly prison. Jun Bufan naturally hated her to the core, but he also had an inexplicable, complicated feeling. Empress Xiao didn't intend to find out the truth of what happened 6,000 years ago. After seeing Jun Bufan, she didn't care much and directly left, knowing that Gu Changa had other plans. The Heaven Keeper and the others were also released by her, but it wouldn't be so easy to restore their former power. But the Heaven Keeper and the others of the Jun family were still deeply grateful. Jun Fan thought that Empress Xiao would lock him up for life. He was full of despair and depression, feeling that he would spend the rest of his life in prison. But unexpectedly he saw Gu Changa again. "What are you doing here?" Jun Fan's face was cold. The person he hated the most was Gu Changa. If Gu Changa hadn't helped Empress Xiao, he wouldn't have ended up like this. "I'm here to send you to see your father. Don't let him wait too long," Gu Changa said lightly. "What did you say? What do you mean?" Jun Fan's pupils shrank in disbelief. Although he had guessed this result, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Now that he heard this news from Gu Changa, it really made his head buzz. It was as if he was hit by a giant bell. For a long time his mind was blank. "You want to know where your father is. Am I not fulfilling your wish now?" Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. "You swore that you wouldn't make things difficult for me. Gu Changa, you're not joking with your Tao heart, are you?" Jun Fan didn't dare to believe that Gu Changa would risk the collapse of his Tao heart to kill him. "Oh, you don't really think that an oath can protect you, do you?" Gu Changa smiled lightly as if he was looking at an idiot. The so-called oath was no different from nonsense to him. Expect him to keep his oath? Don't be ridiculous. Along the way, Gu Changa never had the word oath in his mind. As his voice fell, he slapped Jun Fan with his palm. Under Jun Fan's shocked and despairing gaze, Jun Fan was smashed into a cloud of blood and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. After doing all this, he listened to the sound of the system notification in his mind and narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a faint, purple treasure chest jumped out. "There's nothing special about it." Gu Changa opened it. Dazzling divine light flashed and a rustling sound swayed, as if many small worlds were colliding. A jade-green, sparkling sapling, surrounded by immortal light, floated silently in the air. World tree sapling, Gu Changa was slightly surprised. This time, apart from obtaining a large amount of fate points and fate points, the only other thing he obtained was a world tree sapling. Gu Changa felt that this thing was related to the world's origin, so he directly planted it in the inner universe and waited for it to grow quietly. He didn't continue to care about it. The world tree sapling was a divine object on the same level as the world seed. If nurtured properly, a single world tree sapling could give birth to many small worlds, not to mention the other benefits. After the trip to the demon realm solved the problem of the child of destiny, he also obtained the 5 emperors' origin and the world's origin. Although it was a bit of a waste of time, overall it was worth it. As for the other miscellaneous benefits, there was no need to mention more. Now that the demon realm was unified, there would be no accidents, and the sixth emperor's plan would fall apart. After leaving the prison, Gu Changa didn't expect Empress Shi Yao to be waiting for him here. "You're leaving the demon realm." Empress Shi Yao stared at him and said. She didn't use a questioning tone, but an affirmative one. Gu Changa walked over naturally and smiled. "Since the matter is settled, it's time to return to the upper realm." Empress Shi Yao suppressed the reluctance in her heart and said with a calm expression, "Take care. If you want me to stay, I can consider it." Gu Changa looked at her with a smile. "Really?" Empress Shi Yao was a little happy. She suddenly looked up, and her eyes lit up as she stared at him. "Of course it's fake," Gu Changa replied casually. "How can you believe such words?" "You." Empress Shi Yao was a little angry, but she didn't say anything, and her expression was a little gloomy. "But for your sake, I've decided to stay a little longer." Gu Changa smiled and took the opportunity to hold her soft hand. "If you want to leave, just leave. The demon realm isn't far from the upper realm. You'll reach there in a short while using the teleportation formation." "Why do you have to make fun of me?" Hearing him say that, Empress Shi Yao was a little happy, but she reverted to her usual empress appearance, and her tone was cold and dignified. "Women always say one thing and mean another." Gu Changa shook his head slightly. Half a month later, outside the palace, Empress Shi Yao stood in the wind, her hair dancing in the wind. She watched as Gu Changa and the others stepped into the teleportation formation to return to the upper realm. She only retracted her gaze when she could no longer see them. "Maybe you'll get pregnant in this half a month." Demon Emperor Yuiwa appeared behind her, and his tone was complicated. "No, he's a heartless person. He won't let such a thing happen." Empress Shi Yao shook her head slightly. Her tone was indescribable, but she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chapter 419. After returning to the upper realm, Gu Changa and Jiang Luotian separated and did not make things difficult for her. During this period of time, although she was treated as a servant girl, her identity was still the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan and the future divine emperor of the Great Void Divine Clan. Jiang Luotian was still a little stunned by Gu Changa's straightforward attitude. She did not react at first and was somewhat in disbelief. Although she was used to being ordered around by Gu Changa, was freedom not good? "You can't go back on your promise to me." Jiang Luotian's golden eyes were full of suspicion. During this trip to the demon realm, she had seen, through Gu Changa, there were some things that he said were good, but when it came to doing it, he could not be expected to keep his promise. The matter of Jun Bufan was a complete example. "When have I ever gone back on my promise?" Gu Changa raised his eyebrows, feeling that this girl did not trust him too much. Although he was very untrustworthy sometimes, that was when dealing with an enemy. Jiang Luotian looked at him with a "see if I believe you" expression. "You are my little servant girl. Why would I lie to you?" Gu Changa's tone seemed to be slightly disappointed. "Little servant girl? Why am I a little servant girl?" Jiang Luotian was a little dissatisfied, but when she said that, she felt that something was wrong. Was this a disguised admission that she was his servant girl? Gu Changa smiled and said casually, "Of course it's because there's still a head servant girl." Jiang Luotian felt that she was at a disadvantage and could not help but correct him. "Who is your servant girl?" "Gu Changa. Don't think that just because you order me around for a while, I am your servant girl. This is a deal between you and me." "Okay, I understand, little servant girl." Gu Changa nodded. "You." Jiang Luotian felt a burst of anger in her heart. She almost clenched her teeth and wanted nothing more than to grab his mouth. However, she also knew that she could not dissuade Gu Changa, so she could only give up with the title of a servant girl. "Let's go." Soon, her expression returned to its usual indifference as she led her people back to the Great Void Divine Tribe. Afterwards, Gu Changa ordered Tianze and the others to return to the chaotic star regions and various clans of Immortal Ancient. Meanwhile, he brought Bai Lien and Bai Hua back to the longevity Gu family. Don't worry. Since I promised to let your father go, I won't go back on my words. Gu Changa said. Bai Lien appeared in the air with a bang. She snorted and said, I hope so. After witnessing Gu Changa's methods, she could only hope that Gu Changa would not go back on his word. Otherwise, if Gu Changa went back on his word, there was nothing she could do. Bai Hua followed behind him timidly. Although he hadn't been tortured by Gu Changa during this period of time, he was still afraid of him to the bone. I want you to work for me. Naturally, I won't lie to you. Why can't you trust me at all? Gu Changa said regretfully. Bai Lien said calmly, if you want me to work for you, I can. However, you have to show me your sincerity. She was not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. She had her own methods and was not afraid of death. She would not believe Gu Changa's empty promises. Sincerity? Sure. I will let your father go. Moreover, I will arrange for someone to hand over the most valuable information of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building to you, Gu Changa said casually. He calculated the time. The Tang family of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos was almost completely infiltrated. It was time for Yin Mei to take over. With that, most of the rights of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos would fall into her hands. As for Tang Wan, Gu Changa did not trust her. To him, Tang Wan was only a chess piece to lure out the conflict between Chu Hao and Qin Huia. Information. Bai Lien Ari's expression changed slightly. The most valuable resource of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building was still information. Although she had been developing spies all these years, it was only a short time. For the orthodoxies that had been around for more than 10 million years, this short period of time was not worth mentioning. As for the other assassin organizations, such as the Fudu Organization and the Underworld Organization, they had been around for more than 10 million years in the upper realm. Of course, if you plan to train people, I have many suitable candidates, Gu Changa continued. He had many forces on the surface, but there were only a few that he could use secretly. He could use this opportunity to control the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building. Bai Lien, I was slightly moved by Gu Changa's words. When she was at her darkest, it was the Slayer's inheritance that allowed her to see hope in this world again. The Slayer was once a top-notch powerhouse in this world, and he created the famous Holy Land of the Killing Path. However, due to certain reasons, the Holy Land of the Killing Path fell apart. His inheritance was buried in the River of Time, and after a long time no one obtained it. Therefore, Bai Lien actually hoped to fulfill the Slayer's long-cherished wish and rebuild the world's #1 Killing Path force. She built the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building because of the Slayer's inheritance. I have no problem with that, but it depends on your sincerity, Bai Lien said. Bai Lien said. She was still on guard against Gu Changa. She was someone who could sell her out if she wasn't careful. Gu Changa smiled and did not say anything. He knew that Bai Lien would agree. However, before that, he still had many things to do. He could only leave the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building to her. During this time, many things happened in the upper realm. Although he was in the demon realm, he still knew because of his spies. Gu Changa did not plan to go to the Immortal Academy for the time being. With his current cultivation, there was no need for him to go there. There was a riot in the Devil Burial Abyss, and the floating Buddhist temple was almost destroyed. Many monks of Buddha Mountain went there and died. A great demon appeared at the bottom of the Devil Burial Abyss, causing chaos everywhere. Even a Buddha who obtained it almost died in its hands. It seems that my good disciple is finally going to appear. Gu Changa's eyes were dim. Many memories flashed through her mind like a fleeting shadow. In the end, it stopped at the foot of the mountain, where a little girl in red pulled on his sleeve with a timid look in her eyes. Although he had been planning this for a long time, the success rate was not high. According to his memory, even the deepest hell could not erase the hatred. Just how monstrous was this? Most likely it wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh piece by piece, and even grind his bones into powder before swallowing them. However, although this was a headache, Guchanga still had a way. After all, she was his disciple when he was the demon lord. There were some things that they had in common. Soon, after returning to the longevity Gu family, Guchanga ordered people to release Baikuin. According to the agreement, he naturally did not have the time to make things difficult for him. Baikuin was not worth wasting his time. For Guchanga, this kind of thing was just a matter of a sentence. Bai Lien and Baikuin, father and daughter, were reunited. It was impossible to say that they were not happy. Bai Lien did not say much about the demon realm, and Baikuin tactfully did not ask again. For him, being able to survive was something that he did not dare to believe before. Now, he did not dare to ask for anything more. Thank you, young Master Changa. Baikuin thanked Guchanga, and then was taken away by Bai Lien. Bai Lien planned to find a place to settle him down first, and then discuss with Guchanga about the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Guchanga had some things that he wanted to ask his father, but after thinking about it, he first went to the world where Gu Chingy was and found her sitting on a blue stone on the peak of a mountain. She looked like she had never moved before. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her whole person had a kind of immortal charm and otherworldly beauty, ethereal, cold and transcendent. Even her skin was like the most flawless and delicate immortal jade, revealing a moving luster, perfect to the extreme. However, if one looked carefully at her face, one could not see it clearly, as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog. Only her eyes were cold and deep, as if they contained the vicissitudes and loneliness of this world. You're here. When Guchanga stepped into this place, she already knew, but she did not move, waiting for him to come. Guchanga nodded and casually sat down on the blue stone next to her, looking at you and also looking at this little guy. He smiled and looked over. He could see the sea of clouds in the distance, rising and falling. Little Plenilune was playing among them, moonlight sprinkled on its slender and beautiful body, looking quite leisurely and happy. There's nothing to see. Gu Chingy shook her head. The expression on her face was difficult to change, as if she was serious. However, Guchanga was very familiar with her character, so he did not mind. He still smiled and said, "No, you're beautiful." Hearing this, Gu Chingy turned her head and glanced at him. She did not say anything, then reached out and combed the black hair hanging in front of her shoulders. This small action of hers was usually done when she was in a good mood. Guchanga did not expose her. He looked at little Plenilune and said, "Little White's strength has increased a lot during this period of time. It's been hard on you. She eats more and grows faster. This child must have been starving in the past." Gu Chingy shook her head and said, "I just watched her eat every day. I didn't take care of her." "It's okay, just let her eat," Guchanga said with a smile. "Can a Plenilune eat up my Gu family?" Although in the ancient records there were indeed cases of Plenilune eating up orthodoxies, it was only a rumor used as a topic of conversation. Very few people took it seriously. However, the body of a Plenilune was like a galaxy, which was enough to show its size. Even the ancient gods who entrusted the stars to them were as small as dust in front of it. And just as Guchanga and Gu Chingy were talking, little Plenilune in the distance seemed to have noticed him. It turned into a ray of silver light and landed here. However, just as it was about to land in front of Gu Chingy, its body flashed with a moon-white light and turned into a silver-haired little loli who was only half Guchanga's height. Her facial features were as exquisite as a painting. Her eyebrows were thin, her nose was small, and her eyes were like colored glass with a faint blood-red color. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and one could even see faint golden blood vessels. Her entire person exuded an aloof aura. It was very difficult to connect her to the little Plenilune who was freely playing in the sea of clouds just now. When Guchanga sized her up, she was not as afraid as before. Instead, she revealed a mouthful of delicate and slightly sharp white teeth at him, looking extremely fierce. "I am your master." Guchanga was not angry and said calmly, "Sister Chingy," she snorted and turned her head away, ignoring Guchanga. Instead, she came in front of Gu Chingy and seemed to be sticking to her. Her voice was very pleasant and had a cold texture like jade. It was somewhat similar to Gu Chingy's. "Don't think that you can make me forget how happy you were just now," Guchanga said unhurriedly, hitting the nail on the head. The silver-haired little lowly clenched her teeth tightly. Her porcelain-like face was a little red. Suddenly, she was a little flustered and exasperated. "You're the one who was happy. I was happy. What's the difference?" Guchanga asked. "How is there no difference?" The silver-haired little lowly glared at him. "Is happy something that can be used to describe a girl? You're just my pet and you call yourself a girl? Why do you have so many requirements?" Guchanga shook his head, still looking calm and composed. "You're the pet. I'm the noble immortal beast, Plenilune, Plenilune." The silver-haired little lowly was very dissatisfied. "The immortal beast Plenilune, Plenilune is also my pet." "I'm your master," Guchanga said casually. "I don't have a master like you." The silver-haired little lowly had a lot of complaints about him. She still remembered how Guchanga had exaggerated and lied to her when they were at the Purple Mountain. In the end, when they came here, he directly left her behind. She was just a little Plenilune, Plenilune. Weak, pitiful, lonely, helpless, and especially gluttonous. How could he be so heartless and leave her behind just like that? He even gave himself such a terrible name. Gu Chingy watched Guchanga and little Plenilune, Plenilune bicker. She quietly stroked the black hair on her shoulders and didn't say a word. "You came to find me for something, right?" In the end, she was the first to speak and ask. Gu Chingy knew Guchanga very well. No matter what, he was someone who wouldn't come without a reason. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want you to do me a favor." Guchanga smiled. He didn't speak just now because he was waiting for Gu Chingy to take the initiative to ask him. "What favor?" Gu Chingy asked. "I want you to help me make a trip to the Demon Burial Abyss and see how the seal there is." As Guchanga spoke, he had been paying attention to Gu Chingy's expression. However, other than being slightly stunned, Gu Chingy didn't show the slightest emotion. This made Guchanga somewhat disappointed. "I got it." Gu Chingy nodded. She had never refused Guchanga's request. It was like this in the past, and it was the same now. "Then I'll leave first. By the way, these are some rare things I saw in the demon realm this time. You've been here all this time, so you probably haven't seen them before." Guchanga got up and left. But before he left, he took out a lot of small things from his arms. There were tassels, dangling hair ornaments, hairpins, face powder, and rouge that were unique to the demon realm. They weren't anything precious or rare, but they could only be found in the demon realm. Because the raw materials came from the demon realm, they couldn't be found anywhere else. Gu Chingy watched Guchanga's figure disappear before her gaze finally fell on these small things. Then, she gently picked up a wooden comb. Usually, except for cultivation, she would never leave this place. She wouldn't come into contact with anyone or anything from the outside world. She was like an untainted immortal in an ancient book, cut off from the world. So it was Guchanga who would occasionally bring her some small things. After all, she wasn't immortal herself, so she didn't have the habit of coming into contact with things from the mortal world. After leaving this world, Guchanga went straight to the main hall to find his father. Gu Lintian's aura was vast and deep, like an abyss or a prison. His vast will filled this space. "You're back?" Gu Lintian opened his eyes, his expression gentle. "Father." Guchanga nodded and said, "I want to know what happened in the 8 desolates, 10 territories recently." The upper realm was not very peaceful now. Guchanga already knew this when he was in the demon realm. Specifically, The boundary monument sea that was set up outside the 8 desolates, 10 territories, was now showing signs of drying up, and the no contravention power was weakening. This caused many orthodoxies and clans in the upper realm to be restless. They began to send powerhouses to invade the 8 desolates, 10 territories. This matter spread far and wide. All orthodoxies and clans in the upper realm couldn't avoid it. The 8 desolates, 10 territories was a world very similar to the upper realm. It was also vast and ancient. The difference was that many eras ago a war broke out between the two places, and the 8 desolates, 10 territories lost. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat, leaving behind many territories. The strongest beings in those territories joined forces and set up the boundary monument, sea, outside the borders. It contained the no contravention power. Even those who had attained the Tao would find it difficult to cross it. This also became a natural barrier for the 8 desolates, 10 territories, protecting that side for many years. These years, there were occasional conflicts between the two sides, and there were casualties on both sides. However, in general, the upper realm still had the upper hand. The 8 desolates, 10 territories. From the name, one could tell that the environment there was not as complete as here. This also caused the strongest beings there, even if they broke through the Emperor realm, to find it difficult to live for countless years. Compared to here, their lifespans were shorter. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was more difficult. It was even more difficult for powerhouses to be born. However, after all, it was a heaven and earth that was born together. The rules, systems, and races were very similar. There was a saying in the upper realm: only by completely merging the 8 desolates, 10 territories with the upper realm could the curse of immortality be broken, and the immortal path would appear again. Therefore, this time, the boundary monument sea, showing signs of drying up, was the best opportunity for the upper realm. Even if this side still had to guard against the calamity of absolute Een, they would not hesitate. Hearing this, Gulintian was not surprised. He said, "A while ago the boundary monument sea showed signs of drying up. The forces stationed at the borders sent back the news, shocking all sides. Many orthodoxies began to gather their forces in an attempt to invade that side. Now, many forces have blown the horn and sent out their armies. True Immortal Academy, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Human Ancestors Palace, Longevity Wong Family, Immemorial Yi Clan, Grand Grotto Heaven, and many other forces have sent their elites. Many young geniuses even took the opportunity to rush over, determined to kill their way into the 8 desolates, 10 territories. This war is unavoidable. Now is the best opportunity for us." Gu Changa nodded, deep in thought. It seemed that these were troubled times. The riot in the burial demon abyss, the calamity of absolute Een. None of these were small matters. At this time, the boundary monument sea dried up, and various clans gathered to attack the 8 desolates, 10 territories. Chapter 420. The 8 desolates, 10 regions was located at the easternmost shore of the upper realm. It was a desolate place with many deserts and hills. It was adjacent to many worlds, and was also the intersection of many lower realms. It was like a choke point. Although it was not as prosperous as the inner area, it was a mixed bag of good and bad people. Many ancient beings lived in seclusion there. Outside the boundary monument sea, there are many broken ancient universes. They were all worlds destroyed during the war between the upper realm and the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Today, there were many terrifying beings hiding there. The boundary monument sea was so strong that ordinary cultivators dared not set foot there. All the forces of the upper realm have sent their troops there, planning to cross the boundary monument sea. The leaders are all the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Some of them even went there personally to pave the way. Gulintian sat cross-legged at the head of the table. When he opened and closed his eyes, there were rays of divine light that showed many terrifying scenes. As the patriarch of the Gu clan, he knew far more than anyone else. Therefore, he knew that the drying up of the boundary monument sea was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the upper realm. Then, did our Gu clan send any clansmen this time? Gu Changa pondered for a while and asked. He was not very interested in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. However, when he returned to the upper realm this time, he saw ancient warships from various clans crushing the sky and breaking through space passages. He had some guesses. His biggest plan was to stay in the demon burial abyss. Everything else could be put aside for now. This time, the Gu clan has not made a move yet, but I plan to let your second uncle lead the younger generation there. With your strength, I don't think you're interested in the fight between the younger generation. No matter what, the chaos in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions this time will affect all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. The enmity between both sides has been accumulating for countless years. The 8 Desolates' 10 regions will not be able to hold on any longer. Occupying such a vast territory is tantamount to a fat piece of meat for all the orthodoxies. Gulintian said slowly. Although he had not made a move yet, it did not mean that he would not interfere. He was just waiting for the right time. After so many years, the current situation of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions was still unknown. Therefore, he needed the other orthodoxies to test the waters first before making a decision. Of course, there were also gains and losses in doing so. The orthodoxies that entered the 8 Desolates' 10 regions first would definitely be the ones who looted the most. He only cared about stability and did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. After all, the 8 Desolates and 10 regions were like a huge piece of fat meat in their eyes. Now, the barrier that protected that piece of fat meat was about to disappear. How could anyone hold themselves back? Indeed, this is an opportunity for the upper realm. Gu Changa nodded. Since Gulintian had said so, there was no need for him to interfere. When the time was right, the Gu clan would definitely send their clansmen over. During this time, he could settle his own matters first. The battle between the upper realm and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions was definitely the most intense one in the past. After that, he and Gulintian talked about a few more things before he got up and left. Now that the immortal path was no longer visible, and the boundary monument sea outside the 8 Desolates and 10 regions had dried up, many orthodoxies of the upper realm saw this as a sign. Only when the 2 realms merged would the precepts of heaven and earth be complete, and the immortal path that had disappeared for a long time would reappear. At that time, the true immortal ascension era would be ushered in. After returning to his own divine island, Gu Changa first sent the immortal robe to the unparalleled immortal dynasty before he started to think about his next plan. From Gulintian's words, he already knew what the various clans and orthodoxies were doing. Near the boundary monument sea were many neighboring lower realms, and the situation was quite complicated. From time to time, there would be surging realm waves with shocking momentum. Although it was dangerous, there were many opportunities. There was the ancient emperor's inheritance, the immortal's legacy, the supreme being's insights, the sage's handwritten notes. There were countless of them. This battle was an excellent opportunity for him. When the time comes, I can let the great Tao treasure bottle condense some more. Before that, I'll let Yin Mei take over the Tang clan's matters. I'll be more assured to let her handle the business alliance of 10,000 paths. After thinking for a while, Gu Changa started to write on a piece of paper. He told Yin Mei some things to pay attention to. The Tang clan's matters were controlled by him using the wedding dress immortal technique. Although they were separated by a great distance, he could still control their life and death in an instant. This was why he was not worried that they would cause any trouble. Besides this, Gu Changa thought for a while and sent the Blood Monster Great Emperor's Pseudo-Emperor artifact. Yin Mei had an outstanding talent in cultivation, but she did not put her focus on it. Instead, she helped him develop his forces secretly and shared his burdens. This was why her cultivation was much lower than the geniuses of her generation. A pseudo-emperor artifact was more than enough to protect her. After arranging this matter properly, he started to think about Jiang Chen, Chu Hao, and Qin Huia. Jiang Chen had the demonic technique puppet with him, while Qin Wuya had Tangwan with him. He did not care about their whereabouts. However, Chu Hao was hiding in the most supreme cave heaven. He should be preparing to break through to the supreme, venerable state. He was already at the peak of the prospective supreme, venerable state when he was in the ancient country of Vermilion Bird. Since then, he had been working hard. He should be breaking through to the supreme, venerable state soon. If Gu Chang'e was right, Chu Hao and others would definitely go to attack the 10 Desolation Fields this time. After all, the most supreme cave heaven would help him build momentum. He could also make a name for himself through this matter. As the future lord of the most supreme cave heaven, Chu Hao was already a supreme venerable at only a few hundred years old. This news would definitely cause an uproar. I can take advantage of this opportunity to harvest all the leaks I have accumulated. Then Gu Chang'e sent a message to Yan Ji to ask about Xiao Ruoyin. He also sent the pseudo-emperor artifact he got from another monster emperor to him. He did not favor one over the other. He did not find the weapon of the 6 great monster emperors of the monster realm, except the weapon of the monster emperor killed by the Red Cloud monster emperor. The rest of the weapons had fallen into his hands. Of course, she left the Dark Moon monster emperor's Dark Moon Wheel for Empress Xiao. The immortal divine robe that could defend against the attacks of the monarch realm was her final trump card. Other than that, Gu Chang'e did not find any trace of the Red Cloud monster emperor's Red Cloud spear. When the Red Cloud monster emperor entered the mirror world, he left it for his descendants. Gu Chang'e sent people to look for it, but they found that the Red Cloud monster emperor's descendants had left the monster realm 6,000 years ago. They were nowhere to be found now. That was why he gave up. After giving these instructions, Gu Chang'e took some time to visit the Purple Pole Pill sect to see Lin Qiuhan. She was different from the past. She was the young sect master of the Purple Pole Pill sect. Her talent in alchemy was terrifying. Many elders had already admitted defeat to her. However, when Gu Chang'e went, she was in seclusion to deduce an ancient elixir recipe. So he left some things behind and left without waiting for her to come out. After dealing with these trivial matters, Gu Qingyi, who had gone to the demon burial abyss, returned to the Gu family. According to Gu Chang'e's instructions, she looked at the seal. The existence sealed inside will break out in at most half a year. This was her answer to Gu Chang'e. Half a year. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change much. In other words, he still had half a year to prepare. Half a year was more than enough for him to achieve his goal. In the next few days, horns were blown on the many divine islands and mountains of the longevity Gu family. Immortal fog filled the air, ethereal and lofty. Powerful figures came out of seclusion. Their qi and blood soared into the sky and covered the world. They began to gather their clansmen. In the vast and boundless territory, many of the longevity Gu family's subordinate forces also received orders. Between the giant cities, spirit fog rose. Many experts appeared with their subordinates, riding divine rainbows and ancient warships. In the bronze palace that represented the supreme power of the longevity Gu family, divine light shone. The aura was simple and ancient. Many experts with blurry faces and terrifying auras appeared. Their bodies were surrounded by chaotic qi. Their eyes were like heavenly blades clanging. They were more serious than the last battle with the Z Mansion. This time the Gu family will send 10 million troops to conquer the 10 regions. Gu Lintian was at the head, and his aura was like an abyss. He held a seal in his hand and wrote a divine decree. Every word on it was like a star, emitting a terrifying aura. Then he stamped the divine seal and sent it out. Many elders looked at this scene with solemn expressions. In merely an instant, a simple and supreme aura suffused the surroundings, and it swept out from the ground and charged into outer space. Terrifying fluctuations were vast and mighty in the sky, spreading for millions of miles and shaking the endless territories. In the territory where the Gu family was located, Countless creatures and cultivators knelt down respectfully and piously in the direction of the decree. They kept kowtowing and trembling from the bottom of their souls. It's already been a long time since the longevity Gu family issued this type of supreme decree. Even when they attacked the Z Mansion last time, it wasn't like this. Could it be related to the conquest of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions this time? This is definitely a gathering of experts. Between the mountain peaks were ancient halls and palaces. Experts walked out from within, their faces solemn and shaken, their hearts full of reverence. This was the decree of the higher realm's most ancient long-life family. There was previously a decree that crossed through many great eras, and now it appeared in this world, containing unmatched divine might. Within was the support of the longevity Gu family's terrifying backing. Even those who achieved the Tao were alarmed, not daring to face it head-on. They could only watch as the decree broke through the region, announcing it to the world. Now, this type of decree appeared again, the longevity Gu family's imprint on it. They began to gather the experts of their respective territories. This time, the longevity Gu family was going to send 10 million troops to conquer the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Wung wung wung. Between the divine islands, streaks of resplendent gates of light opened one after another. Immortal mists overflowed, the power of transport pervading the air. Ancient soldiers rushed out from the gates of light, as if they had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The powerful immortal soldiers that had once made a name for themselves in the Purple Mansion's longevity battle gathered, once again, with overflowing blood energy. Rumble. As the decree spread to all directions, large numbers of ancient warships and flying ships gathered in giant cities. Strange beasts galloped, and birds of prey flew into the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Divine light rushed into the clouds, appearing incomparably magnificent. Apart from that, there were also many knights and soldiers heading over. They were densely packed, numbering as many as 1 million. These were all the death warriors and warriors nurtured by the Gu family's many subsidiary forces. Woo woo woo, asking for fresh flowers. In the sky, whistling sounds could be heard and horns sounded. Huge, purple-bronze ancient warships crossed the horizon, speeding quickly, approaching the Gu family's territory. A large number of cultivators and warriors gathered on the ancient purple-bronze warships. Killing intent surged, and their auras surged into the sky. The people of the Taichu divine sect had arrived. Further away, warships were like clouds covering the sky. Thousands of large ships and millions of cultivators were ready to set off. Endless black shadows covered the sky. This was a vast and shocking scene. This is the decree of the Gu family. We command the world, and no one disobeys. One day we will spread our decree throughout the world and show the might of the Gu family. There was a platform on an extremely majestic divine mountain in the Gu family. Many young geniuses stood on it. They were all the geniuses of this generation of the Gu family. They were shrouded in precious light, and colorful clouds surrounded their bodies. They were in high spirits. At this moment, looking at this scene, everyone's blood boiled. They only wanted to rush to the 8 Desolation 10 regions and fight there. The 8 Desolation 10 regions is just the last hiding place of a group of defeated people. How can it stop the cavalry of the Gu family? Wait for us to go and flatten the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Many young geniuses had innate arrogance on their faces. They were all direct descendants of the Gu family and had noble identities. They had all kinds of powerful talents and divine abilities. Their combat strength was powerful, and they were incomparably confident. As they talked, they couldn't help but look at the young man standing on the peak of the divine mountain with deep respect and fanaticism. It was the same for both young men and women. As direct descendants of the Gu family, their blood was noble, and the most ancient blood of the upper realm flowed in them. They didn't even take the successors of other orthodoxies seriously. They were very arrogant and confident. However, only when facing the young master of the Gu family would they show a willingness to submit. I heard that the young master won't go with us this time. He has other things to do. He's only here to send us off. Someone couldn't help but say in a low voice. Now, even the elders can't see through the young master's strength. They even said that they are no longer a match for the young master. The person next to him nodded. The young master is only in his 20s. He's already made the elders, who are supreme beings, say such words. It's too unbelievable. In the current upper realm, no. Even in the countless eras of the past, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the young master. They were full of respect and fanaticism as they looked at the young man standing on the peak of the divine mountain with his back facing everyone. At this time the horn sounded again. All the young people moved, turning into divine rainbows, bringing their servants and followers towards the ancient worship. They were going to break through space and head to the boundary monument sea. I wonder if there will be any changes in this war. Although the 8 desolates and 10 regions have been losing, there are always many changes in this kind of time. On the contrary, the upper realm seems to have a good chance of winning, but there are hidden dangers. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Hearing the horn, Gu Changa came back to his senses from his thoughts. He looked over with a calm expression, looking at the large number of clan members leaving through the space passage. He moved and disappeared. The so-called sending off was actually unnecessary. It was nothing more than encouraging the young clan members. Now, Gu Changa's name had spread throughout the world. His name was no longer just a symbol of status. In the eyes of many young people, it was a supreme honor, unparalleled and invincible. Since ancient times, there was no one in the younger generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Soon, what happened in the longevity Gu clan's territory shook the upper realm. The battle of the 8 desolates and 10 regions attracted the attention of the world. Many orthodoxies had already sent their clan members over. Now that the longevity Gu clan was coming, many orthodoxies in the upper realm were shocked. Many orthodoxies formed an alliance, planning to invade the 8 desolates and 10 regions together. However, the boundary monument sea was not peaceful. Although there were traces of drying, there was still a remnant of the power of no violation. A few super powerhouses at the level of Tao attainment rushed there, trying to resist this power and open up a path for the army behind. However, they were hit by the waves of the boundary monument sea. They were seriously injured and were in a deadlock there. Powerhouses with high cultivation bases found it difficult to cross over. On the contrary, it was easier for the younger generation to cross over, and they were less suppressed. In particular, some talented young Supreme Venerables were strong, but their cultivation bases were not very high compared to the older generation powerhouses. Therefore, they became the first batch to attack the 8 desolates and 10 regions. The battle was intense. The 8 desolates and 10 regions also raised their troops to resist. Various clans and forces sent powerhouses over to defend against the invaders from the upper realm. During this time, Gu Changa did not leave the longevity Gu clan. Instead, he had some leisure time to nurture the world tree's sapling. At the same time, he deduced the embryonic form of the inner universe. Among them, the keepsake left behind by the imperial court of ultimate Yin finally lit up. However, it did not contain the Yin-end origin that Gu Changa wanted at that time. Something unexpected happened at the imperial court of ultimate Yin. The agreement between him and the imperial court of ultimate Yin's princess, Jialan, had to be postponed for a while. Although Gu Changa was a little surprised, he did not care. He was now at the peak of the supreme venerable realm, only one step away from the boundary emperor realm. The effect of the Yin-end origin was minimal. Unless there was a lot of it, it would only be icing on the cake at most. 1,000. Chapter 421. During this period of time, Gu Changa was thinking about the demon burial abyss. He wanted to go to Peach Village and ask Peach Demon about it. At the same time, he wanted to see his disciple Yao Yao. However, Gu Xian was not in the clan. It would be inappropriate for him to go alone. Although he could use the excuse of going to see Yao Yao, who knew what those old guys would think if they did not see Gu Xian. Therefore, Gu Chang'e decided to wait for Gu Xian to come back after she dealt with her own affairs. She would arrange everything properly, by the way. However, Gu Chang'e received a piece of news that surprised him. Young master, Miss Xian, has been away from the clan for half a year. There is still no news from her. The subordinate said respectfully, in this half a year, she did not send back any news. Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He did not understand what this girl was doing. He knew that she had something on her mind when he was in the Taishu divine tomb. However, she did not mention it, so Gu Chang'e did not ask. With Gu Xian's personality, if it was something she could solve herself, she would not trouble others, especially since her parents were involved in this matter. No, Miss Xian did not give any orders when she returned to the clan. She left alone and did not ask the clan to send any experts to follow her. The subordinate replied, "Got it. You may leave." Gu Chang'e nodded. His fingers tapped the table unhurriedly. He planned to wait for Gu Xian to come back and bring her to Peach Village with him. That would give him a suitable excuse. Now, it seemed that he could not wait for her. It took half a year to deal with such a small matter. Who knew how much more time she would have to waste? The Tianlan realm is not far from the boundary monument sea. The war with the 8 desolates and 10 regions may affect it. Speaking of which, her grandfather went there to hunt for her in an attempt to refine the precious blood. However, he was unfortunately hit by the waves of the boundary monument sea. He was severely injured and disappeared. It just so happens that the Tianlan realm is the lower realm where Gu Xian's mother's family resides. Her parents went to look for her grandfather and haven't returned to the Gu family for more than 10 years. Gu Chang'e recalled the news he received when he ordered his subordinates to search for traces of his grandfather for Gu Xian. Normally, Gu Xian wouldn't have so many problems when she went to find her parents and grandfather. After all, she had the Changxing Gu clan behind her. Even if her parents were unwilling to return to the Gu clan because of what had happened back then, they still held grudges. But it was impossible for Gu Xian to stay there forever. With this thought in mind, Gu Chang'e suddenly smelled the scent of a trap. Even if it wasn't related to Gu Xian, it probably had something to do with her. Men, prepare the carriage. We're going to the endless sky realm. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. His expression was somewhat thought-provoking as he instructed. He felt that the Tianlan realm would definitely bear the brunt of the battle of 8 desolates and 10 regions. After all, the Tianlan realm could be said to be at the forefront of the lower realms that bordered the boundary monument sea. The Tianlan realm was an ancient world with outstanding people and a boundless territory. Although it was far from being as vast as the upper realm, it was definitely considered one of the best among the many lower realms nearby. The mountains and rivers were majestic and endless. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that the many giant cities were filled with spirit energy and shrouded in celestial fog. It was like a holy land on earth. In particular, the gathering places of many living beings were even more prosperous. Divine cities floated in the sky, silver waterfalls were like silk, colorful fog lingered, and clouds were rising. In the Tianlan realm, other than the many ancient clans, there were holy lands with a long history. They were high up and looked down on all living beings. In every ancient city, there were wisps of different colored divine fog lingering. There were masters in charge. There were many powerhouses and young geniuses. In this world, the level of cultivation was extremely high. In some aspects, it was even comparable to some remote places in the upper realm. Of course, if it was compared to the upper realm, it was definitely far from being comparable. Because of the heritage, the precepts of heaven and earth, these were very different. Over the years, many powerhouses from the Tianlan realm had ascended to the upper realm. Many rumors were left behind. making countless living beings and cultivators yearn for it. Sometimes powerhouses from the upper realm could even be seen descending to this world in search of talented young cultivators to bring back to the upper realm for nurturing. Therefore, as time passed, the upper realm was no longer considered mysterious in the eyes of the living beings in the Tianlan realm. However, it still held supreme significance. At this moment, in a majestic ancient palace of the Shen clan, many elders with powerful auras were discussing some matters here. As one of the ancient clans with a long history in the Tianlan realm, the Shen clan had an unimaginably terrifying power within a radius of millions of miles. Even the other holy lands with a longer history in the Tianlan realm were quite wary of them. This was because the Shen clan was inextricably linked to a certain terrifying force in the upper realm. Sometimes, even people from the upper realm were quite polite to them and did not dare to humiliate them. This matter was not a secret among the major forces in the Tianlan realm. In the palace, a few elders with powerful auras and solemn expressions were discussing matters, suppressing their anger. From time to time, violent quarrels could be heard, causing many members of the Shen clan in the distant mountain peaks to be shocked. Since Xian is unwilling, then let's just forget about this matter. Can't the Shen clan take out some compensation? It's true that he saved Xian Er's grandfather and grandfather, but that was more than a decade ago. Now that Xian Er is so old, she can decide for herself about the marriage. Don't tell me you want to force her. Let me ask you one question. Do you dare? You should know that half of the Gu clan's blood flows in her body. Which one of you dares to make such a decision? If Xian Er was born in the upper realm, she would definitely be a famous goddess. How can a piece of trash of unknown origin be worthy of the precious daughter of the Shen clan? The elder who spoke was dignified without being angry. His lips were slightly thin, and his words were sharp. However, the things he said made it difficult for the people in the hall to refute. But this matter was agreed to in front of others more than a decade ago, and there was even a letter written by Xian Er's grandfather. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Shen clan? Hearing this, the elder next to him smiled bitterly with a kind face, looking very helpless. What's there to be embarrassed about? 3 years ago, that guy came to us himself. The Shen clan treated him as the savior of Xian Er's grandfather and grandfather, so we treated him with respect and courtesy. We knew that his body's condition was special, and his spirit, was broken. We found many treasures, elixirs, and longevity fruits for him, but we never mistreated him. At that time, it was agreed that if his body didn't recover after 3 years, the marriage agreement would be voided, and the Shen clan wouldn't owe him anything. Now that 3 years have passed, has his body improved at all? In the end, that guy still relies on the Shen clan and doesn't honor the agreement 3 years ago. How can I bear this? The mean-looking elder said furiously. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This agreement 3 years ago was actually just a joke. With the Shen clan's financial resources, how could they not be able to solve the problem of a broken spirit sea? At that time, they just wanted to express that this was just a small problem. If it couldn't be solved, there was naturally no need to fulfill the marriage agreement, because at that time, they felt that the person behind Li Xiu was very extraordinary and worthy of their deep friendship. But that guy was special. With all kinds of treasures, his broken spirit, didn't change at all. They didn't know what happened to him. This made them feel helpless. At that time, it was just a verbal agreement, and there was no evidence left. Now, even if they wanted to admit it, the other party was acting shamelessly, and they couldn't do anything. On the contrary, it would make people think that the Shen clan burned the bridge after crossing the river and turned hostile. Now that this matter was mentioned by Shen Xian, again, they also felt a headache, and it was difficult to solve because she didn't want to marry a cripple. However, it just so happened that this matter was decided by her grandfather and grandfather back then. Elders, there's no need to say more. I only want to pursue the great Tao in this life, and I don't plan to marry and have children. Even if the incident 3 years ago didn't happen, I wouldn't have agreed to this marriage agreement. When grandfather and grandfather return, I will personally explain this matter to them." At this moment, a young girl walked in from outside the hall. She looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She was wearing a moon-white dress, and her facial features were beautiful. Her skin was white and delicate, and she was tall. Her whole body exuded a cold and calm aura, as if she had never been moved by external things. Even her tone of voice didn't have any fluctuations. Seeing the young girl walking in, everyone in the hall was stunned and then smiled bitterly. The elder who spoke just now revealed a kind smile and said, "Don't worry, Sien-er, your sister is now in the clan. With her around, no one will force you to do this kind of thing. What about the marriage agreement? Just tear it up and be done with it. That kind of trash with a broken spirit, see, is not worthy of you." The young girl named Shen Xian nodded and said, "Thank you, second grandpa, I understand." Seeing this, the people in the hall didn't say anything more. Although Shen Xian was born in the Shen clan, half of the Gu clan's bloodline flowed in her body. If the Gu clan knew, they would definitely not let her stay here. But because of special reasons, Shen Xian, Ai's parents, didn't want the Gu clan to know of her existence. Otherwise, she would have already gone to the upper realm to cultivate and wouldn't have stayed in the Tianlan realm. "Then Li Xiu's matter is decided like this? I will personally talk to him later," the elder said. The old man who spoke earlier continued. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction towards the man called Li Xiu. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything more. At the same time, in a valley with ethereal spirit fog that looked like a fairyland, a man, a woman, and a young girl were here, and they were softly talking about something. The man was quite valiant, with a strong aura and a resolute face. The woman was very beautiful, and the way she looked at the young girl was doting. The young girl was wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her hair was like the clouds, and her facial features were delicate without any flaws. Her skin was white and delicate, like the most flawless white jade. Her expression was cold, and she had a celestial aura that stood aloof from worldly affairs. She was Gu Xian. This matter was decided by your sister herself, so you don't have to worry. Your sister's personality is very similar to yours, but she only has the great path in her heart. Back then, your grandfather and grandfather shouldn't have arranged this marriage for her. This couple was naturally Gu Xian's parents. At this moment, the two of them sighed and mentioned Shen Xian's matter, telling Gu Xian not to worry about it. "I know, Xian's matter is her own decision, and no one can force her." Gu Xian nodded. In front of her parents, she appeared very mature and steady, like an older sister. Although she said so, she was still a little worried. Half a year ago, she received news that something had happened to her mother's family. She was a little worried, so she came to the Tianlan realm alone. After Gu Chang'e helped her find traces of her parents, she found out that during the years she was missing, her parents thought that something had happened to her and were heartbroken. In addition, they wanted to keep a descendant, so they gave birth to a younger sister for her. She was 3 years younger than her, and her name was Shen Xian. However, because of what happened back then, her parents held a grudge against the Gu family, and all these years they were unwilling to go back. Even the child's name was Shen, not following the surname Gu. This matter had never been mentioned to the Gu family. If Gu Xian had not come here personally, she would not have known that she had a younger sister. She had also never mentioned these things to the Gu family, because her parents had told her not to tell them. As for Shen Xian, although her personality was similar to hers, she was only focused on cultivating the great path and had no other thoughts. Her talent for cultivation was also extremely outstanding, and she was the best among her peers. Even if she went to the upper realm, she could shine brightly and become an invincible young supreme being. Gu Xian only found out about these things after she came to the Shin clan. As for the marriage agreement, it had to be explained from more than 10 years ago. At that time, her grandfather went to the boundary monument sea to hunt, and tried to catch those ferocious beasts with special talents to refine her precious blood for cultivation. However, he did not expect to encounter the waves of the Boundary Monument Sea, and was slapped into a dangerous place, and he was seriously injured. When her parents found out about this, they brought their people to search for him. Gu Xian'er's parents searched for a long time, but they could not find any trace of him. Then, when they heard the shocking news from the Gu family, they were heartbroken and desperate, and returned to the Shin clan to live in seclusion. In the Shen clan, after Gu Xian'er's grandfather came out of seclusion and found out about this, he also brought powerhouses to try to find traces of her grandfather. Coincidentally, at that time, her younger sister was born. Unfortunately, she had found the person she was looking for. However, her grandfather and grandfather were trapped together in that place. Both of them were trapped in the dangerous place for many years, and their lives were in danger. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a mysterious old man suddenly appeared and saved both of them and treated their injuries. This old man was accompanied by a young child. This young child was called Li Xiu, and the old man and the young child were very mysterious. In order to thank the old man for his kindness, and in consideration of his extraordinary means, Gu Xian'er's grandfather and her grandfather discussed and told them their background, and promised to repay the old man's kindness in the future. At the same time, they planned to let the newly born Shin Xian become his disciple. Unfortunately, the old man did not agree, and said that he would not accept a disciple. Then the two changed their minds. Seeing that the young child was not young anymore, they agreed to the marriage, and the old man did not hesitate. This was how the marriage between Shin Xian and Li Xiu came about. Originally, the Shun clan had almost forgotten about this matter, because when the old man agreed, he left with the young child and no one knew where he went. Even when the Shun clan asked around, they could not find any clues or traces. This matter was originally thought to be just a joke, and no one took it seriously. However, 3 years ago, a young man called Li Xiu suddenly came to the door, and with a letter written by Gu Xian'er's grandfather and grandfather, he requested to fulfill the marriage contract. This matter shocked the Shun clan, and they did not expect that what happened back then was actually true. Considering that they were indebted to him, the Shun clan did not make things difficult for Li Xiu. Not only did they allow him to live in, but they also found a way to help him repair his broken spirit ocean. As for the mysterious old man, the Shun clan did not see him, and suspected that Li Xiu was his disciple, so they did not neglect him. However, Li Xiu's spirit ocean was very special. Not only was it broken, but it could not gather any spirit qi. No matter how many spiritual medicines were used, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no sign of recovery. Over time, it became a joke in the neighborhood. The Shun clan had a useless son-in-law. This matter made the Shun clan feel very embarrassed. However, they made a promise back then, and it was not good to go back on it. However, Shen Xian was a person who only cared about cultivation, and was very disgusted by these things. In these 3 years, she had only seen Li Xiu a few times. Li Xiu's temperament is not simple. For the past 3 years, he has been raising flowers and planting grass in that courtyard every day. He doesn't care about anything else. This kind of leisure is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Mother Shin sighed and said, if there was no problem with his spirit ocean, it would be fine. However, he is a useless person who cannot cultivate. Sometimes I even feel like he is an old monster who has seen through the vicissitudes of life. Isn't this hard on Xian? Father and the others should not have made such a promise casually. Of all things to repay, they had to use Xian'er's marriage. Hearing this, Father Gu smiled bitterly and said, it is useless to talk about this now. Let's see how the clan will deal with this. After all, no one dares to force Xian'er. Gu Xian'er nodded and said coldly, this matter is indeed wrong, but the Shen clan has spent a lot of resources in these 3 years. In fact, we do not owe him anything. When the time comes, we will give him some compensation. If his mysterious master comes back and is not satisfied with this, we will let him propose other conditions. Her thinking was very simple. Even if they were wrong, they could not let her sister suffer. At this time, a divine rainbow descended from outside the valley. It was Shen Xian who had just left the palace. When she heard this, she looked at Gu Xian and said, "Thank you, elder sister. By the way, Xian we have been dealing with your sister's situation. However, we do not know much about your situation. When you came last time, we did not make it clear. What do you plan to do with the Gu family? The Gu family owes you and me for what happened back then. Gu Changa is so young, but his mind is so cruel. Back then, you were so clingy to him, but he could bear to do this." Mother Shin suddenly asked with a pained expression. When she mentioned the Gu family, there was still some resentment. Father Gu was also silent. This was also the reason why they did not return to the Gu family all these years. It was really difficult to accept this, and there was a grudge in their hearts. Gu Xian at such a young age, had to bear this. If it were not for the fact that they were not strong enough now, they would have personally gone to Gu Changa and asked him why he did this. Hearing this, Gu Xian shook her head and explained, "Mother, this is actually a misunderstanding. You don't have to worry anymore. Our family is doing very well now. Gu Changa is not as bad as you think. He just has his own difficulties." This matter was related to Gu Changa's secret. Although she knew that her parents were concerned about her, she would not expose it and cause unnecessary trouble. "Elder sister," Shin Xian glanced at Gu Xian. She actually knew what happened to Gu Xian since she was young. She knew about her tragic childhood and sympathized with her. Sometimes she even thought that Gu Xian was no longer in this world. She planned to succeed in her cultivation and avenge her elder sister in the future. As for the Gu Changa that her parents spoke of, although she had never met him, she also felt hatred. She never thought that as a member of the same family, and as Gu Xianer's cousin, he would do such a cruel and heartless thing at such a young age. Chapter 4:22. The Shun clan was very big and occupied a vast area. Between the mountain peaks, one could see the spiritual spring and waterfall. At this moment, in a rather quiet courtyard, a young man with long hair, wearing a long robe and an elegant and natural face, was bending down to water the flowers and plants in front of him. He looked very young, and his features were regular. He was only in his 20s. Although there wasn't any magic power fluctuation on his body, his every movement seemed to be one with the surrounding mountain environment. Many spiritual birds flew over because of his movements. Colorful butterflies flew and stopped on the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Second elder, there is no need to say more. When the time is right, I will naturally leave the Shen clan, but not now. The young man's back was facing an elder in front of the courtyard. His voice was calm and natural and did not change because the person behind him was the second elder of the Shen clan. His expression was very serious as he carefully watered every flower and plant. At the same time, he bent down to pick up some of the dead leaves. It was as if the person behind him was not as important as the flowers and plants in front of him. The second elder of the Shin clan was the elder in the palace who insisted on Shin Xian breaking the engagement. His face was dark and his lips were thin. When he heard these words, he was very angry. "Li Xiao, don't be so ungrateful. What did we agree on? Now you are going back on your words? All these years, has the Shin clan ever wronged you? When your spiritual ocean is broken, who found so many spiritual medicines for you? Who found the longevity fruit for you?" The young man named Li Xiao slightly shook his head and said, "I did not agree to that matter. It was you who said it. Also, I have already said that when the time is right, I will leave the Shin clan. When that time comes, even if you want to keep me, you will not be able to. I did not ask you to repair my broken spiritual ocean. At that time, I said there was no need to waste time. It was you who did not believe me. Also, if it was not for me, Shin Xian grandfather and grandfather would have died. I am their savior. Is this how the Shin clan treats its savior? He smiled faintly. His tone was natural, but there was a hint of mockery. It was as if he was talking about a small matter like eating and drinking. But this kind of belittling attitude made the second elder of the Shun clan even angrier. Less nonsense. His expression was gloomy as he said, "You have to break this engagement. You're a cripple of unknown origin. How can you be a match for my Shin clan's heavenly daughter? Don't be delusional. Xian, I will never marry you. If you know what's good for you, leave the Shin clan. We can still part on good terms. Even if your mysterious master were to appear, this old man's words will not change." He knew that Li Xiu's mysterious master was very powerful and was able to rescue Xin Xian, Oi's grandfather and grandfather, from that dangerous place. Moreover, according to what the two of them said afterward, Li Xiu's master had broken the chaotic rules of the Boundary Monument Sea with a casual wave of his hand. Only those who were at least at the Supreme Martial Saint realm or above would be able to do such a thing. That was why they decided to befriend him. This was also the reason why many of the elders of the Shun clan objected. After all, although Li Xiu's mysterious master had not appeared in the past 3 years, no one knew whether he was still alive or not. A cultivator who surpassed the supremacy realm was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the Tianlan realm. Who would dare to offend him? Hearing this, Li Xiu only smiled faintly and did not seem to care. He said, "I already said I have no master. Also, if Shen Xian wants to break the engagement, you can ask her to come in person. Perhaps in your eyes, Shin Xian is bright and dazzling. But to me, she's just so. If it weren't for her grandfather's pleading, do you think I would have agreed?" He was speaking the truth. How could Shin Xian be worth his attention? It was just that the other party wanted to break the engagement without even seeing him. This made him feel uncomfortable. Since when had he fallen to the point where he had to break off his engagement and break his promise? What arrogance! Since you say so, then I will ask Xian to come here and let her say it in front of you. The second elder of the Shin clan was so angry at Li Xiu's words that he laughed. This was the first time he met someone so arrogant. Before this, he did not know that Li Xiu's tone was so arrogant. Did he really think that because he had an old monster as his master, he could look down on everyone? Hearing this, Li Xiu only glanced at him indifferently. Then he bent down and continued watering. He was very relaxed and indifferent. The second elder of the Shen clan huffed coldly and then strode out of the place. But when he reached the outside of the courtyard, an ancient communication talisman suddenly lit up. Seeing this, his expression changed. He became extremely cautious and even a little nervous. Only then did he take out the communication talisman. What? That young existence, he wants to come to the Tianlan realm. Seeing the content of the communication talisman, the second elder of the Shun clan was stunned. Then he was extremely shocked. Even his voice was trembling. He was very excited and could not keep calm. The communication talisman in his hand almost fell to the ground. Compared to how he acted in front of Li Xiu, he was like a completely different person. Seeing him like this, Li Xiu raised an eyebrow. He seemed to be quite surprised. The second elder of the Shin clan was a person who fawned over others. He understood what happened to make him so respectful and even tremble. Young existence. He caught the words in the second elder of the Shin clan's words and frowned slightly. Then he thought about it carefully. He had some guesses in his heart, but he did not care. A frog at the bottom of a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This time, I'll let you see what a true dragon of the 9 heavens is. The second elder of the Shin clan sneered and glanced at Li Xiu. Then he hurriedly left. He planned to tell the rest of the clan about this matter and let everyone welcome him. Many people did not know that he had already come into contact with people from the upper realm some time ago. Back then, he learned that a certain powerful and unparalleled young existence of that clan was looking for someone with the surname Gu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he established a relationship with the upper realm. Now, he suddenly received news that the young existence was coming to the Tianlan realm. This made his heart tremble. He quickly guessed the purpose. It should be related to Gu Xian, so he did not dare to delay and hurriedly went to discuss it with the other elders. Although Shen Xian-er's parents had some grudges against that person because of what happened back then, no matter what, the blood of that clan still flowed in her body. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Shen clan. At the same time in the valley, immortal fog was faintly discernible. Lingji mushrooms were everywhere and colorful clouds flowed. The stones flickered with precious light. Strands of purple, multicolored light rose from all over the place. It was like a paradise. Mother Shin, Father Gu, Shin Xianer, and a few others were still expressing their dissatisfaction with Gu Chang'e because of what happened before. Don't quibble for him. Mother Shin looked at her with heartache. Gu Xian-er's expression was cold. Listening to Mother Shin's words, he felt helpless and could not help but explain. Father, Mother, you've all misunderstood. What happened back then was really not Gu Chang'e's fault. Now he's already doing his best to make it up to me. I'm doing well in the Gu clan. The clan elders are very good to me. Some time ago, an ancestor of our bloodline appeared and almost destroyed the ocean palace. Actually, you don't have to do this. The clan elders miss you very much. Hearing this, Mother Shin shook her head and sighed. It's been hard on you all these years. I know you're saying this because you have to consider the clan. How can such a great hatred be resolved with just a few words? In her opinion, if Gu Xian did not compromise, how could Gu Chang'e let her off so easily? How could he easily summon the exiled clansmen back to the clan and restore their identity and status? How heart-wrenching was the pain of having one's bone dug out. Although we haven't returned to the clan these years, we still know some things. Gu Chang'e agreed to the clan elders to take our clan members back because he wants to become the young master of the Gu clan. Otherwise, why would he be so kind? Father Gu also spoke at this moment. Clenching his fists, he hated his own helplessness. How old was Gu Xian? When his bone of the great path was dug out. No matter how Gu Chang'e explained, he could not cover up this cruel truth. Mother, Father, you, Gu Xianer, did not know how to explain now. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She knew that her parents were concerned about her, but she did not want them to misunderstand Gu Chang'e so deeply. But what happened back then was related to Gu Chang'e's secret. She could not explain it. She had already told them what had happened between her and Gu Chang'e, but they still did not believe her. Sister, you don't have to say any more. It's good that you're back in the Shen clan now. Our family of 4 will be together forever, Shin Xianer said softly. She had been influenced by Gu Chang'e since she was young. She had never seen him before and felt an inexplicable enmity towards him. You're still young. There are some things you don't understand. Gu Xian's tone was slightly helpless. She had been saying this almost every day recently, but it had no effect. Her parents' attitude towards Gu Chang'e was deeply ingrained. It was difficult to change it. Forget it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Let's deal with first. Gu Xian saw that they were about to speak again and quickly waved her hand. She was afraid that her parents would say something inexplicable again. She felt that it was necessary to bring them back to the Gu clan and Peach Village. This way, their attitude towards Gu Chang'e would change. All right, I won't say any more. I don't want to make you angry again. Shin Xian's mother was also helpless. She did not know what kind of magic potion Gu Chang'e gave Gu Xian. Every time they mentioned Gu Chang'e, she would be unhappy. Although she did not show it on her face, how could she hide the changes in her emotions from them? Why would I be angry? Gu Xian was about to deny it. Suddenly, a divine rainbow descended from outside the valley. A person came to report to Shinxian. Miss, the soliciting moon saintess, is outside the mountain gate. She wishes to see you. Soliciting moon saintess? Shinxian frowned slightly. A beautiful figure appeared in her mind. She did not understand why she would come to the Shen clan at this time. Although she had met the soliciting moon saintess a few times, they were not very familiar with each other. They had only exchanged a few words. Why would she come to the Shen clan at this time and specifically ask to see her? Is the soliciting moon saintess the successor of the brilliant moon, sacred ground? Why would she come to the Shen clan? Shen Xian's mother was confused. She had been living in seclusion in the valley all these years and had never stepped out. However, she had heard of some of the geniuses in the Tianlan domain. The soliciting moon saintess was an extremely dazzling genius. She was the successor of the brilliant moon, sacred ground. She was powerful and famous. She was also beautiful and had many young geniuses chasing after her. Busybodies often compared the soliciting moon saintess to Xin Xian. She also did not understand why the soliciting moon saintess would visit Xin Xian at this time. Tell her that I'll be right there. Although Shen Xian was confused, she did not neglect the soliciting moon saintess. After all, the brilliant moon sacred ground was a force with a long history in the Tianlan domain. It had existed for even longer than the Shen clan. Its foundation was unfathomable. Moreover, there were rumors in the Tianlan domain that the patriarch of the brilliant moon, sacred ground, had been in seclusion all these years. He had not ascended nor passed away. After the cultivators of the Tianlan domain broke through to the supreme realm, it was difficult for them to continue staying in this domain. They would either find a way to hide from the sky or find a way to seal their qi and slow down the aging of their qi and blood to prevent them from being detected by the laws of heaven and earth. For example, the patriarch of the Shen clan used the second method to seal his qi and blood in seclusion in the ancestral land. I'll go with you and have a look. Gu Xian also felt that this matter was a bit strange and said. Xin Xian nodded. Then the two turned into divine rainbows and left the valley, heading out of the Shen clan's mountain gate. In front of the magnificent and simple mountain gate, there was a towering blue stone. There was a blue glow on it, which seemed to be very old. Many of the Shen clan's people came and went, looking in front of them in surprise. A beautiful woman in a red dress was standing in front of the mountain gate. She emitted a faint light, and there was a jade flute on her waist, which made her look very charming. There were many followers behind her, men and women, old and young. Many of them were very powerful and unpredictable. Your Highness, are we just going to wait here? What if Xin Xian refuses to see us? At this moment, an old man with white hair and beard behind the woman in red could not help but ask. The woman in red was the soliciting moon saintess. She said without changing her expression, Xin Xian will see me. We just need to wait. She was very confident and was not worried that Xin Xian would refuse to see them. As she spoke, the soliciting moon saintess looked at the Shen clan with a complicated expression, but there was more respect hidden deep in her heart. It was as if there was a terrifying existence hiding in the Shen clan. At this moment, two divine rainbows suddenly streaked across the sky and landed in the Shen clan's mountain gate. They were Gu Xian and Xin Xian The soliciting moon saintess was a little confused by Gu Xian who looked unfamiliar but somewhat similar to Xin Xian but she did not ask. What brings you here, soliciting moon saintess? Xin Xian glanced at the soliciting moon saintess and the others. Her voice was very calm, and she went straight to the point. She was focused on Tao and had no distractions. She did not care about the ways of the world, so her words were not polite. This made the people behind the soliciting moon saintess a little angry. After all, they had been waiting here for a while. Xin Xian's attitude was the same. She did not invite them to have a chat. As a famous ancient clan in the Tianlan domain, It was not right for the Shen clan to do this. It would give people the feeling that they were looking down on the brilliant moon, sacred ground. However, the soliciting moon saintess did not care and waved her hand. She had dealt with Shen Xian before, so she understood her character. She also said directly, I heard that you want to break the engagement with that useless son-in-law of the Shin 767 clan. Shin Xian frowned and said, How did you know about this? This news was only spread in the Shin clan. How did the soliciting moon saintess know about this when she was in the brilliant moon, sacred ground? Could it be that she had a spy in the Shin clan? I don't think it's important. Seeing her expression, the soliciting moon saintess understood and could not help but smile. I'm already outside the mountain gate, but Miss Xian did not invite me in. No matter what, the Shen clan is one of the top clans in the Tianlan domain. Don't tell me you don't even have this little bit of magnanimity? What do you want? Shin Xian, Ari's tone was still rude. At the same time, she was more and more confused. Why would the soliciting moon saintess ask about her useless fiancé? She did not have anything against Li Xiu. It was just that she did not plan to marry and have children. She only wanted to pursue Dao. Even if Li Xiu was not a useless person, she would not agree to this engagement. I'm just very curious. I really want to see who was invited in by your Shen clan back then, and now you want to break the engagement. The soliciting moon saintess smiled and did not say much. At this moment, even Gu Xian felt that something was not right. Why would the soliciting moon saintess ask about Shen Xian's fiancé? Since you want to see him, let's go. Shen Xian had no reason to refuse. After all, the soliciting moon saintess only wanted to see Li Xiu through her. Although she had no feelings for Li Xiu, she would not restrict his movements and would not interfere with other people coming to see him. Thank you, Miss Xianer. The soliciting moon saintess was delighted, but her expression did not change. She still wore a polite smile. Then she followed behind Shin Xianer. Her red dress swayed in the wind as she walked into the depths of the Shen clan. What is she trying to do? Gu Xian who had been watching from the side, suddenly had a strong feeling that something was wrong. The soliciting moon saintess seemed to have an ulterior motive. But at this moment, a mighty aura suddenly rose from the Shin clan. In the center of the palace, the lights flickered and shone brightly. Then a powerful aura swept across the sky. This was an ancient and powerful aura. Then many figures with terrifying auras appeared and rushed out of the mountain gate. They seemed to be in a hurry. The soliciting moon saintess and the others who were rushing to Li Xiu's courtyard were confused when they saw this. What happened? Those people are the older generation of the Shen clan, right? She could not help but ask. Shin Xian was also confused. This was the first time she had seen such a grand scene. Many elders moved together and headed out of the mountain gate. Even if they were facing a strong enemy, they would not be like this. Did something big happen? Why are all the elders here? She could not help but shake her head gently. But soon, she did not think too much about it. After all, this had nothing to do with her. Gu Xian frowned slightly. This scene reminded her of the day when she came to the Shen clan. Because she kept a low profile, many elders of the Shin clan still came to greet her. They did not dare to neglect her. This situation... Don't tell me that guy came here personally. She suddenly had a strange feeling, but felt that it was impossible. Why would Gu Chang'e care about such a small matter? Not to mention coming to the Tianlan realm personally. Chapter 4:23. Very quickly, they passed through a few mountain ranges that were shining brightly and arrived in front of a quiet courtyard. There was a simple fence around the courtyard, and there were a few simple houses with some simple flowers and plants. It looked very leisurely. A young man was watering the plants with his back facing everyone. He did not seem to notice the people outside the courtyard. After arriving, the soliciting moon saintess could not help but narrow her eyes. Her expression changed slightly, and there was a storm in her heart. She even trembled slightly, and it was hard for her to control herself. However, she was worried that Shen Xian and the others would notice, so she quickly regained her composure. Li Xiu, someone is looking for you. Shen Xian did not notice the soliciting moon saintess's strange behavior and said directly. Hearing that, Li Xiu stopped what he was doing and looked over. Are you here to break off the engagement? Shen Xian frowned. Although she knew that this was not right, there was nothing she could do. I won't marry you. If you have any conditions, just mention them. I'll try my best to satisfy you, she said. It was not the first time Gu Xian saw Li Xiu, although she could not feel any fluctuations from him. However, her intuition told her that Li Xiu was not as simple as he looked. If he was just a simple cripple with a shattered spiritual ocean, he would not have such magnanimity. However, no matter how extraordinary Li Xiu was, this was Gu Xian's life. She would definitely stand on Shen Xian's side when it came to her marriage. Conditions? Forget it. I don't need such things. Since you want to break off the engagement, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Hearing that, Li Xiu just said casually. There was not much emotion in his eyes, and he looked very calm. Shen Xian also looked calm. I won't regret it. Since you've agreed, then the engagement is off. Li Xiu did not expect Shen Xian to be so calm. Although she had the heart to pursue Dao, she was too narrow-minded. I'm really blind. He could not help but laugh. Then he looked at the soliciting moon saintess and seemed to be sizing her up. After some thought, he said, You're looking for me? You look familiar. So you're... At this moment, hearing those words, the soliciting moon saintess could not help but feel excited. Her voice trembled, and she could not keep calm like before. Yao, you of the brilliant moon, holy ground greets you. She was about to bow respectfully, but Li Xiu waved his hand and interrupted her. You don't have to do this. Yes, war. Sir. The soliciting moon saintess was a little stunned, but she still said respectfully. Her heart was filled with awe. Some time ago, the old ancestor of the brilliant moon, holy ground, suddenly felt like he had awakened. He summoned a group of descendants with his bloodline and asked them to find an existence. He even handed over the portrait of that existence to them. The soliciting moon saintess was deeply loved by him. After some questioning, she learned the identity of that existence from the grand ancestor. At that time, she was extremely shocked. At the same time, she was also extremely respectful. She had never thought that the brilliant moon Holy Land would have such a background. Then, by chance, she found out about Li Xiu's unique appearance from the people of the Xin clan. At that time, she felt that he was very similar to the existence in the portrait. That was why he had come to visit the Shen clan today. Sure enough, this son-in-law of the Shen clan looked exactly the same as the one in the picture. This caused great waves to surge in her heart, and she was unable to calm down at all. Seeing this, Shen Xian frowned. She did not understand the soliciting moon saintess's actions. With her status in the Tianlan domain, why did she have to greet Li Xiu? Did Li Xiu have some other identity that he was hiding from them? However, even if she knew this, she did not feel any regret in her heart. Instead, she felt relieved. It was best that the engagement was annulled. No matter who Li Xiu was, from now on, the two of them would have nothing to do with each other. No matter who he was, it had nothing to do with her. Gu Xian watched all this coldly and did not speak. She had felt that something was wrong before. Why would the soliciting moon saintess come to find Li Xiu out of nowhere? Sure enough, she had other intentions. It turned out that Li Xiu had such a mysterious identity. As for what this mysterious identity was, she did not care. Now that the engagement was annulled, Shen Xian did not need to be tied down like before. This allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief and put her heart at ease. She did not care about anything else. Li Xiu saw that Gu Xian and Shen Xian's expressions did not change at all when they saw the scene in front of them. They looked indifferent. He could not help but raise his eyebrows, then laughed. This is unexpected. I never thought that one day I would be looked down upon like this. This is really interesting. Shen Xian, I had always carried the marriage contract with her. At this moment, she took it out and was about to tear it up. Hearing this, she and Gu Xian could not help but frown. They felt that Li Xiu was a little too full of himself. Even if he was hiding an extraordinary identity, should the two of them be respectful to him? Should they regret this? Were they thinking too much? My lord, the Shin family is blind. They don't know your identity. It's fine if we don't stay here. They will regret it sooner or later. Why don't you come back to the brilliant moon, Holy Land with me? Our old ancestor has been sending us to look for you. He really wants to see you again. Hearing this, the soliciting moon saintess hurriedly said. She did not act like a saintess in front of the Shun family's mountain gate. She was full of respect for Li Xiu and dared not slight him. Shan Xian, if I were you, I would apologize to my lord immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if the elders of your clan blame you. My lord's identity is far more terrifying than you can imagine. It's an honor for the Shen family that he has stayed in the Shen family for 3 years. You have a marriage contract with my lord, but you don't cherish it. You even want to tear it up. I feel sorry for you. If it were someone else, my lord would not even take a look at them, even if they offered all their savings and resources. Tell me, why are you doing this? At the same time, the soliciting moon saintess glanced at the marriage contract in Shen Xian Er's hand. Her tone was not as polite as before. There was a hint of mockery in her voice. After all, she had this lord standing behind her. If she performed well and was appreciated by him, her future would be limitless. Hearing this, although Li Xiu did not say much, the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. With his state of mind, he should not care much about this kind of thing. However, it was inevitable that he would be annoyed by the Shin family all these years. He had to admit that it was hard for him to avoid such vulgar emotions. He could not truly avoid them. Even though Shin Xian did not care much about external things, she was a little angry at the soliciting moon saintess words. She held the marriage contract tightly. She did not know whether to tear it up or not. What a boastful tone. I think, Xian, I will tear up the marriage contract today. Who dares to blame her? Gu Xian's pretty face turned cold at this moment, and her words seemed to be filled with frost. She did not expect the soliciting moon saintess to be so humiliating. She really did not take her seriously. She had planned to let Shin Xian handle this matter herself. She did not want to interfere. However, the soliciting moon saintess' insulting tone angered her. I know that the Shun family has the upper world behind them. You are not from the Tianlan domain. You are from the upper world. However, you should know that there is always someone better than you. Some people's backgrounds are not what you can imagine. The soliciting moon saintess was not angry at Gu Xian's words. Instead, she spoke casually. She seemed to be trying to persuade her, but she could not hide the mockery in her words. There is always someone better than you. I want to see who this lord you are talking about is. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Gu Xian's face was cold. She held her sister's hand and tried to calm herself down. Sister, Shen Xian looked at her worriedly. She felt that her sister was not as calm as she seemed. Say no more. Since you want to tear up the marriage contract, then tear it up. It is fine to leave the Shun family behind. I was planning to meet an old friend anyway. Li Xiu smiled faintly and waved his hand. He did not want the soliciting moon saintess to continue. Some things were just like that. It was fine to just point it out. After all, it would be too late for regrets when the truth was revealed. Yes, Lord. The soliciting moon saintess nodded and said respectfully, Whoosh! However, at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled. Suddenly, divine rainbows flew toward them from the mountains in the distance. It was very powerful. Many people followed closely behind. A golden path appeared in the sky. It was filled with the sound of Tao. Golden lotuses bloomed and colorful lights flowed. There was a dense divine qi. A fairy-like elder with white hair and a beard was standing on it. He bent his back slightly with a smile on his face. Beside him, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. His face was blurry. He looked like a young immortal. His clothes were white as snow, and there was not a speck of dust on them. His hair was sparkling, and there was divine light on it. There was a chaotic fog that appeared from time to time. He looked extraordinary and otherworldly. Every single move he made was even capable of causing the stars in the outer realm to rustle and tremble. This was an unparalleled and peerless aura that shook the soul and caused the soul to tremble. Even the void around him seemed to be collapsing. This was a sign of his profound cultivation. It was difficult to guess. Behind him, many elders of the Shin family followed carefully. They smiled and were very respectful. However, they did not dare to get too close. Such a scene shocked everyone in the Shin family. In the many mountains, the members of the Shun family appeared. They looked over and were extremely shocked. Didn't the patriarch say that he was in seclusion? Why did he suddenly appear and accompany them? Who is that young man in white? Why is the patriarch treating him like this? All the elders are there. Isn't this too scary? What kind of big shot has come to our Shin family? They looked at all this in shock. They could not believe it. Look at the direction the patriarch is going. Isn't it where that useless son-in-law Li Xiu is? Could it be because of Li Xiu? Streaks of divine rainbows cut through the sky and chased after the golden path. Many members of the Shen family were curious and wanted to join in the fun. This fluctuation. Who has come to the Shen family? In the fairy-like valley, Father Gu and Mother Shin felt the fluctuation of the aura outside. They looked at each other in shock. It actually alarmed the entire Shin family. Could it be that the Gu family has come? Such a big lineup. Mother Shin guessed. Father Gu said in a low voice, I guess it's because of Xian Air. No, I have to go and see. I'm worried. With that, he turned into a divine rainbow and left the place. Mother Shin hesitated for a moment and quickly chased after him. Young Master Chang'e, Miss Xian Air has been staying in the Shin family for this period of time. She hasn't gone anywhere. If Miss Xian Air wants to go out, we will send a large number of powerhouses to follow her. We won't let anything happen to her. So please don't worry. On the golden path, the old ancestor of the Shun clan had a smile on his face as he carefully accompanied them while wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. His heart was filled with shock and horror. He was a supreme, but beside Gu Chang'e, he still felt a sense of suffocation. This could only mean that Gu Chang'e's strength was much more terrifying than his. It was far from enough to describe him as unfathomable. Is that so? This girl left the upper realm for half a year and didn't send back any news. I thought she died somewhere. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, Looks like she's still alive and kicking. I'm relieved. The golden path descended from the sky and landed in front of Li Xiu's courtyard. Gu Xian who was watching Gu Chang'e's arrival in a daze, felt dizzy and caught off guard, suddenly heard his words. The joy in her heart instantly disappeared. This guy's mouth was still so poisonous. Who would say words of concern in such a way? The patriarch of the Shin family did not dare to respond to Gu Chang'e's words. He only dared to wipe the sweat on his forehead. However, it could be seen that Gu Chang'e cared a lot about Gu Xian. Otherwise, he would not have come down to the lower realm to look for her when she did not send back any news for half a year. After Gu Chang'e and the patriarch of the Shun family landed, the many elders of the Shin family behind them dared to follow them. However, they did not dare to get too close and had a respectful expression on their faces. This is the soliciting moon saintess of the brilliant moon, holy ground. Why is she here? At this time, the elders noticed the soliciting moon saintess and the people behind her in front of the courtyard. Greetings to all the elders of the Shun family. When the soliciting moon saintess heard this, she recovered from her shock and bowed to the elders of the Shin clan. This was the first time she had seen such a grand scene. So many of the older generation were personally welcoming a young man. Moreover, one of them was the patriarch of the Shen family who had been in seclusion for many years. This was too inconceivable, and it made her very shocked. Who was this young man in front of her? Li Xiu, who always had a calm smile on his face, could not help but frown at this moment. He felt that something was wrong. He could not see through the young man in front of him. Although he had lost his spirit ocean and had no magic power, he still had the ability to see through things. Xin Xian also looked at Gu Chang'e with a sizing expression. She guessed that the young man in front of her should be the one who had dug out her sister's great pathbone, the young master of the longevity Gu family, Gu Chang'e. Today he was the most powerful young man in the upper realm. He was known as the leader of his generation. He was so powerful that no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The aura of his every move was really frightening. Even in the Tianlan realm, she had heard some rumors about him. Such a person came to the Tianlan realm because of Gu Xian. If this spread, it would cause an unimaginable sensation. For a moment, she did not know what kind of existence her sister Gu Xian was in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Could it be that all the things Gu Xian said during this period were true? What are you doing in the Tianlan realm? And why are you staring at me? Gu Xian felt that Gu Chang'e was sizing her up. She could not stand his gaze, so she turned her head away. Her tone was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm taking a closer look. I'm worried that you'll die here. Why? Are you unhappy to see me here? Gu Chang'e smiled and said, Next time, if you dare to hide from me for more than half a year and don't even send a message back, do you think I will find a dungeon and lock you up? I'm not your pet. Why do you care where I go? Gu Xian could not help but mutter. However, she could still hear the concern in Gu Chang'e's voice. After all, she had left the Gu family without a word. She did not expect that Gu Chang'e would come here personally to look for her. This still made her very happy. I'm relieved to see that you're alive and kicking. Now that the upper world is fighting in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the Tianlan realm is the first to bear the brunt. How can I not worry when you come here like this? If you die here, I won't have a lot of fun in the future, Gu Chang'e said with a slightly serious expression. After saying so much, I feel that your last sentence is the truth. Gu Xian glared at him. Gu Chang'e smiled, then looked at Shen Xian, Li Xiu, the soliciting moon maiden, and the others. When he was talking to Gu Xian, the others were silent and did not dare to interrupt. At this moment, the soliciting moon maiden suddenly felt a little regretful. However, she could not help but look at Li Xiu. Seeing that his expression did not change much, she sighed in relief. No matter how terrifying this young man's identity was, the existence behind her was not simple at all. What happened just now? Who made my Xianer unhappy? Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed with a strange light. He glanced at Li Xiu, then asked as if he already knew the answer. Who's your Xian? Gu Xian glared at him. He was very angry about what the soliciting moon maiden said just now. At this moment, hearing Gu Chang'e's inquiry, he naturally wouldn't hide anything. He didn't exaggerate and simply explained the ins and outs of the matter. How dare you? What a good, there's always someone better than you. After hearing this, the expressions of the many elders of the Shen clan, including the Shen clan leader, changed dramatically. They were a little angry. Others did not know Gu Xian's identity, but they did. Who in this world dared to say this to her? This soliciting moon maiden was courting death. You're just the son-in-law of the Shin clan. How dare you talk so big? Do you know that Xian has the blood of her other half? She's someone you can't afford to offend. The second elder of the Shin clan looked at Li Xiu angrily. Although he was a little shocked that Li Xiu had another mysterious identity, he had nothing to worry about in front of Gu Chang'e. Since you want Xian to know that there's always someone better than you, Sure, let me take a look. Men, go and destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. Who dares to stop me? After hearing this, Gu Changa could not help but laugh. Then he withdrew his smile and said casually. His expression was as calm as if he was ordering someone to kill an ant. Everyone could not help but feel a chill down their backs. What? The soliciting moon maiden did not expect things to turn out this way. Her face turned pale and her vision turned black. Her head buzzed and she almost fell to the ground. Chapter 4:24. The courtyard was tranquil with flowers and plants swaying in the air. Many colorful spiritual birds and butterflies landed on the ground, adding a sense of leisure to the place. However, no one dared to be careless now. Their faces were solemn, and a chill ran down their spines, especially the people from the brilliant moon holy land who came with the soliciting moon saintess. They could not help but tremble. Their faces were pale, and their souls were trembling. They almost knelt on the ground. They did not dare to imagine that the other party would decide the fate of the brilliant moon holy land and destroy the forces behind them so easily. Usually, they would not dare to believe that such a thing could happen in this world. The brilliant moon holy land had existed for a very long time, overlooking the countless living beings in the Tianlan domain. The rest of the living beings and cultivators were filled with fear when they heard about the brilliant moon holy land. How could it be destroyed so easily? However, they did not dare to doubt the words of the young man in front of them. They were filled with fear and despair. Some of them even felt their legs go weak, and they fell to the ground. There was no need to say much about the other party's background. It was absolutely monstrous and terrifying. Even the old ancestor of the Shin clan stood respectfully at the side, not daring to be negligent. How could they afford to offend someone with such a background? At this moment, they felt deep regret and resentment toward the soliciting moon saintess for her contemptuous attitude just now. If it were not for her words, the other party would not have destroyed the holy land behind them. Yes, young master. At this moment, the group of experts behind Gu Changa turned solemn and hurriedly replied respectfully. After that, they moved and turned into divine rainbows to follow Gu Changa's order to destroy the brilliant moon holy land. In their eyes, the holy land of the Tianlan domain was no different from a chicken or a pottery dog. Even if the other party had a supreme martial artist, they did not care. In this world, any force that offended the young master would be destroyed easily, even if they had a supreme martial artist. The purple mansion of the imperishable sect that had shocked the upper world was destroyed because they had offended the young master. The small, brilliant moon holy land was destroyed with a snap of the finger. This scene made everyone from the Shin clan keep quiet out of fear. Their divine souls were trembling. For the first time, they deeply understood what fear was. Many people finally understood why the ancestor and elders had appeared to welcome this young man. After all, if the other party could destroy the brilliant moon holy ground with a single sentence, he could also destroy the Shin clan with a single sentence. You want to annihilate the other party's forces with a single sentence? His personality is still as strong as ever. Mother Shin and Father Gu were in the crowd. When they saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were extremely complicated, although Gu Changa's actions made them tremble in fear. But no matter what, he was standing up for Gu Xian, so they couldn't say anything. What the soliciting moon saintess had said was indeed an insult to Gu Xian. They could not take it lying down. You don't have to do this. Gu Xian didn't expect Gu Changa to do this. He was stunned. Although she was angry just now, she had no intention of implicating the rest of the people from the brilliant moon holy land. However, this was also Gu Changa's character. Once he decided on something, no one could change his mind. To him, the brilliant moon holy land was no different from an ant. He didn't even need to do anything. He only needed to say a word, and countless people would be willing to trample this ant to death for him. However, it was because of this Gu Changa that she felt at ease. Since when can any Tom, Dick, or Harry bully my Gu family? Gu Changa glanced at her. Gu Xian had always been stubborn, but she didn't dare to refute this time. She could see that Gu Changa was really angry. Sister! Shin Xianer was also stunned. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. She didn't doubt Gu Changa's words at all. Instead, she felt that his action of destroying the brilliant moon holy land just because the other party had insulted Gu Xian was really frightening. Shin Xian had always been indifferent. Before this, she had never thought that there would be a force in this world that would be destroyed because of one sentence. Your Highness Saintess, everyone in the brilliant moon holy land was in despair as they looked at the soliciting moon Saintess. At this moment, her face was also pale and bloodless. Her head was still buzzing and blank. She didn't expect that she would bring such a huge disaster to the holy land behind her. My lord. 767. She could only look at the cold Li Xiu for help, praying that he would protect her and the brilliant moon holy land behind her. Li Xiu noticed the expression of the soliciting moon Saintess, and his expression returned to normal. He also knew that if he didn't stand up at this time, it wouldn't be justifiable. It could be said that this matter had a lot to do with him. Gu Changa's strength made him feel a little cold. Even when he was still standing in this world, he had never seen such a strong person who wanted to destroy the forces behind others. I'm not an unreasonable person. However, since you want to show me that there's always someone better than you, then show me now. Gu Changa looked at the soliciting moon Saintess and the others and said casually. However, their eyes were filled with fear and they didn't dare to look at him. Brother, why do you have to do this? Yao, you just said that in a fit of anger. In my opinion, it's not worth it to make such a big fuss over such a small matter. At this time, Li Xiu didn't care about the angry expressions of the Shen clan's elders. He walked out and looked at Gu Changa. Although there was no fluctuation of cultivation in his body, he had a calm demeanor that made it difficult to underestimate him. You're just a useless son-in-law. How dare you speak to young Master Changa in such a tone? Do you really think you're a big shot? I think you're courting death. The second elder of the Shen clan's face turned cold. He didn't expect Li Xiu to be so calm at this time. Where did he get the courage to speak to Gu Changa in such a manner? At this time, the people of the Shen clan already knew that Li Xiu had another hidden identity. However, they didn't know what this identity was. Seeing that he didn't panic at all, and even spoke in such a manner, they couldn't help but frown. When the people of the brilliant moon holy ground saw this, they couldn't help but feel hopeful. Since the soliciting moon Saintess said so, it meant that Li Xiu's identity was not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and calm. Are you talking to me? Gu Changa looked at Li Xiu with interest. He was quite interested in this son of Providence, who was a son-in-law. His Providence points were really not simple. It was even more shocking than the reincarnation of the Renzu. It seemed that he was not as simple as a son-in-law. That's right. Li Xiu looked at Gu Changa calmly. It was his first time seeing such a young man. He was unfathomable, and even gave him an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, he didn't panic. He was thinking about Gu Changa's identity. Without a doubt, he should be from some imperishable sect or supreme sage orthodoxy in the upper realm. Otherwise, the Shen clan wouldn't treat him like this. However, he hadn't left the Shen clan all these years and didn't know much about the outside world. Surname Gu? Young clan master Changa? Could he be from that clan in the upper realm? Li Xiu felt that this matter was a little tricky. He had to be careful. However, if the other party knew his identity, he would let it go. The Gu clan was not to be trifled with, but his identity was not simple either. What? Are you going to stand up for the brilliant moon, sacred ground? You're the heavens beyond heaven that she was talking about? Gu Changa smiled and glanced at the soliciting moon Saintess and the others who were frightened and pale. He said with some interest, as for making a big fuss, I think it won't be difficult for me to kill them. The soliciting moon Saintess and the others felt a chill run down their backs when Gu Changa glanced at them. They felt as small as ants. Once upon a time, there were the people of the sacred ground who looked down on the world. However, their lives were no longer in their control now. They were all under the control of the other party. There's always someone better than you. That's right. No matter who it is, they can't be sure if the sky they see is the well or not. With your identity, you don't have to lower yourself to their level. Moreover, one should be lenient when possible. I hope you can forgive Yao Yu and the others for my sake today. They will also apologize for their rudeness and recklessness. Li Xiu said. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was very calm. He felt that Gu Changa was not an easy person to deal with. Although he did not say much, the sense of superiority that was branded in the depths of his soul was unmistakable. Such an existence was definitely at the peak of the upper realm and was the center of attention. If they wanted to make him take a step back, they could not use ordinary methods. My lord, the soliciting moon saintess did not expect Li Xiu to say that. This was equivalent to giving in. At this moment, she vaguely guessed Gu Changa's identity. Was there a second person in this world who was worthy of being called young Lord Changa? She regretted it so much that she wanted to give herself a few slaps. Her eyesight had never been wrong, but why did it happen today? Who would have thought that someone like Gu Changa would come to the Tianlan realm? It seems that even with my lord's identity, it's not easy to solve this matter. She felt bitter in her heart. How dare you? For your sake? Who do you think you are? You want young Lord Changa to give you face? You're asking for death. Hearing this, Gu Changa's expression did not change, but the expressions of everyone in the Shen clan changed drastically, especially the second elder of the Shen clan. They knew Gu Changa's identity. Now, Li Xiu wanted Gu Changa to forgive the soliciting moon saintess and the others once for his sake. Where did he get the guts and confidence from? The second elder of the Shin clan was even worried that because of Li Xiu, the entire Shin clan would be implicated and Gu Changa would be displeased. At that moment, he was extremely furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Li Xiu. Boom! He rolled up his wide sleeves, and his supreme saint cultivation erupted. It turned into a vast expanse of golden runes that flooded forward. He wanted to suppress Li Xiu and apologize to Gu Changa. Although he curried favor, his strength was not to be underestimated. In the Tianlan realm, he was also a well-known expert of the older generation. As soon as he attacked, the expressions of the people from the brilliant moon, Holy Land, changed. They could not help but retreat. My lord, the soliciting moon saintess could not help but exclaim. She was a little worried. After all, Li Xiu now looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation. How could he be a match for the second elder of the Shin clan? Gu Xian, Shen Xian, and the others also looked at him and could not help but frown. They felt that Li Xiu had no cultivation. However, he was extremely calm and did not seem to be worried. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This scene puzzled them. Could it be that Li Xiu had some kind of confidence? After all, the person in front of him was a genuine supreme saint. If I were you, you wouldn't attack me. Li Xiu's expression did not change as he spoke. He was not worried about the second elder of the Shen clan who attacked him. In the next moment, the void rumbled and trembled. Just as the second elder of the Shen clan's palm was about to land in front of him, suddenly, a dazzling golden rune appeared on Li Xiu's forehead. It then emitted a golden brilliance and turned into a golden light screen, blocking the palm of the second elder of the Shin clan. The golden light screen seemed to be condensed from immortal gold. The runes on it flashed violently, blurring the void. It was extremely tyrannical. Dong! The place exploded. The void was torn apart like a piece of paper, as if it was about to be torn apart. Li Xiu's expression did not change. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The second elder of the Shen clan was a supreme saint, but it was difficult for him to break through. What? How is this possible? This made him look shocked and incredulous. In the next moment, he did not believe it and attacked again. The terrifying purple runes turned into bolts of purple lightning, crackling and crackling as they descended from the sky. The nearby mountains seemed to be about to be destroyed. But even so, Li Xiu was still standing firm. The golden light screen was difficult to break through. It was indestructible. This light screen, the Shen clan's patriarch waved his sleeve and blocked the aftermath, preventing the nearby mountains from being destroyed. However, his gaze was still on the golden rune between Li Xiu's brows. He felt that it was a little familiar, as if he had heard of it before, but for a moment he could not react. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you can't break through my defense. Li Xiu looked at the second elder of the Shen clan who had an ugly expression and said indifferently. He seemed to be quite leisurely. On his forehead, the golden runes seemed to come alive, transforming into runes and condensing in the void, displaying an incomparably powerful power. For a moment, the place was quiet. Everyone was extremely shocked. Gu Chang'e looked at Li Xiu with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. There is always someone better than you. What you said is right, but I'm giving you face. Do you dare to accept it? At the same time, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away from the Shin clan's land, in a magnificent mountain gate where multicolored light shot into the sky. In an extremely magnificent and ancient palace, a vast aura suddenly appeared. Buzz! A rather sturdy old man appeared. His face was ruddy, and he could be said to be a child with white hair. At this moment he was extremely excited. If I'm not wrong, the fluctuation just now must be the Lord's aura. I knew it. How could the Lord have fallen in that battle? It was difficult to conceal the excitement in his words. As he spoke, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the hall. Pass down my order. Everyone of the Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect is to come to the square for a discussion. The old man's voice was like a bell, containing indescribable divine might. He was summoning the disciples and elders. Hearing this voice, many disciples and elders were stunned at first. Then they reacted and did not dare to delay. They all turned into divine rainbows and bowed to the front. Greetings, Patriarch. The old man was the Heavenly Saber Patriarch who founded the Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he had not appeared for many years. Many people suspected that he had fallen. However, they did not expect that he would appear today. Come with me to welcome the Lord's return. The Heavenly Saber Patriarch's face was filled with excitement. He shouted loudly, full of energy, and led many disciples and elders in the direction of the aura that he had just sensed. At this moment, similar scenes were happening in many places in the Tianlan realm. Many people were shocked and did not know what was happening. Those great powers all had strange movements. Many divine rainbows tore through the skies, hurrying towards a certain place. However, unlike the other forces, the mountain palace where the brilliant moon holy ground was located was a tragic scene. Cries of grief could be heard everywhere. Dazzling brilliance soared into the sky, and many auras surged. There were shouts of killing everywhere. However, in the sky, a huge palm wrapped in runes fell toward everyone. All the disciples and elders coughed up blood and exploded. Many runes were obliterated, and the mountain palace collapsed into ruins. This scene made everyone in the brilliant moon holy ground despair. Even the great Saint Realm elders could not withstand the palm of the other party. This attack was fierce and unexpected. They did not have any chance to ask questions at all. It was about to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. Several figures with terrifying auras stood in the sky. Divine light flowed around them. When they opened and closed their eyes, strands of divine light could be seen, forming all kinds of terrifying scenes. Their Dharma bodies were incomparably huge and surging, shrouding heaven and earth. Many cultivators who passed by trembled, and their divine souls were frightened as they felt a suffocating pressure. What happened? Why is there a war in the brilliant moon holy ground? It is said that they have offended someone they should not have. These terrifying existences have been ordered to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. In the mountains in the distance, many cultivators looked at all this in horror. They did not dare to imagine that the brilliant moon holy ground, which had a long history and a territory of millions of miles, would be so fragile. Even the protective mountain array was torn apart by the other party. It was not that the brilliant moon holy ground was too weak, but the other party was too strong. In his hand was a weapon that was as bright as the sun. A strand of pressure was enough to destroy everything. When such an existence came, no matter which force it would be a scene of destruction. It was impossible to stop it. This made them fearful, and they could not help but shiver. They did not dare to imagine what kind of existence the brilliant moon holy ground had offended to cause such a disaster. We have no enmity with each other. Why are you doing this? An elder of the brilliant moon holy ground roared. His face was red with hatred and grief. We are here to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground under the orders of the young master. If you want to blame someone, blame your holy maiden. She has offended someone she should not have offended and brought you all this. The terrifying figure in the sky said lightly with a hint of mockery in his voice. Hearing this, everyone in the brilliant moon holy ground was stunned and could not believe it. It turned out that this disaster was caused by the holy maiden? Boom! You've gone too far. However, at this time, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from the depths of the brilliant moon holy ground. A dazzling brilliance burst out from the ancient altar. A skinny old man stepped out from it. His face was cold and filled with killing intent. He looked coldly at the several terrifying figures in the sky. They were the ones who had brought destruction to the brilliant moon holy ground. You think you can stop us with just you? You're overestimating yourself. Even ants struggle to survive, and you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. An indistinct voice in the air sneered, his vicious might shocking the world. This was a supreme expert from the chaotic starfield, a quasi-supreme expert. Later on, he was willing to follow Gu Changa, while major events were happening all over the endless sky domain. In the Shun clan, the atmosphere in front of a secluded courtyard was also not calm. Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. I used to be like you. Too much is easy to break. That's why the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Both sides are at fault in this matter. There should be an apology and compensation. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Li Xiu frowned. He did not expect Gu Changa to be so unwilling to let this matter go. However, he still maintained his calm and did not get angry. He did not want to make a big deal out of this matter. Although he was at the top of the upper realm when he was at his peak, he was not now. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to cause too much trouble. Is that so? Both sides are at fault? Gu Changa smiled. I don't know where Xian is wrong. Besides, so what if she's at fault? You're not worthy of a direct descendant of the Gu clan. Hearing this, Shin Xian could not help but look at Gu Changa. She did not say anything and just pondered his words in her heart. You very good, very good. Can a member of the Gu clan be so arrogant? You're going too far. Li Xiu's expression could not help but be a little angry at this moment. It was hard not to be angered by Gu Changa's words. Even if he wanted to keep the peace, he could not do it now. How could he bear to be humiliated by Gu Changa in front of everyone? Gu Changa shook his head slightly. This is only my explanation. If you want to think so, then it's not wrong. Li Xiu looked at him deeply, and his expression returned to normal. What a good young Master Changa. You've really opened my eyes today. Shut up. How can you say young Master Changa's name? The second elder of the Shun clan's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not expect that he, a dignified great sage, could not take down a cripple and was blocked by him time and time again. This made him feel ashamed, especially in front of Gu Changa. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble young Master Chang'e. I'm going to suppress you here today. You're just a useless son-in-law of the Shen clan. Do you dare to betray your master?" As the second elder of the Shen clan finished speaking, he attacked again. A terrifying aura spread out. This time he was obviously more serious than before, and the strength he displayed was exceptionally strong. Even so, Li Xiu's expression did not change. He said lightly, "I've already said that with your current ability, you can't break my defense." As his words fell, the golden rune in between his eyebrows shone brighter and brighter, showing a supreme power in the void. Faintly, one could see the ancient word battle appearing. A vast aura spread out, making everyone's heart tremble. They could not help but be frightened. This shouldn't be. Could it be? The old ancestor of the Shen clan's expression was a little uncertain. Suddenly, he thought of something and his heart trembled. However, he looked back at Gu Chang'e and gradually calmed down. No matter what Li Xiu's identity was, in front of Gu Chang'e, he could not take advantage of him. In just an instant, a monstrous aura erupted, as if countless stars had exploded. The protective mountain array of the Shen clan was even activated, and many terrifying divine runes soared into the sky. The dazzling brilliance made everyone close their eyes, not daring to look directly. "This is impossible," the second elder of the Shen clan groaned, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured by the recoil. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They could not believe that this was the same useless son-in-law Li Xiu. He could actually block the second elder of the great sage realm again. "My lord!" The soliciting moon saintess and the others were also very surprised. They felt that things had turned around. What is Li Xiu's background? When Gu Xian was in the Peach Village, he was taught by several masters, so he had extraordinary insight. However, he still could not see what Li Xiu was doing. Logically speaking, an ordinary person without cultivation should not be able to use secret techniques or Dharma treasures. How did he block all of this? This does not look like a secret technique. It looks like a rune I've seen in the ancient books of the Tianlan realm. Shan Xian was also a little surprised. She did not expect Li Xiu to have such a technique. No wonder the soliciting moon saintess treated him like this. At this moment, if there was anyone who was not surprised, it would be Gu Chang'e. His interest was faintly discernible. This son-in-law, the son of fortune, knew how to play the pig to eat the tiger. If he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, he would not dare to be so calm. However, Gu Chang'e still did not make a move. He still wanted to see where Li Xiu's limit was. This golden rune would only be activated when he was attacked. It should be Li Xiu's technique in the past. However, if this was all Li Xiu had, he would be disappointed. Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on Li Xiu's fate points. He felt that this guy should be enough to harvest a lot. During this time, he planned to exchange for the rest of the Transcendence Bones. After reaching the later stages, cultivation comprehension was very important. The Transcendence Bones were the key. Gu Chang'e had also realized that when he exchanged for the Transcendence Bones, he would feel an indescribable sense of familiarity. This feeling gradually emerged in his mind as the sealed memories in his mind gradually became clearer. This made him faintly guess that these Transcendence Bones were actually his bones in the past. However, whether this was true or not was related to the origin of the system. With his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to find out. Just then, as the light disappeared, the second elder of the Shin clan was already knocked out. His entire body was covered in blood as he laid on the ground. His eyes were wide open and full of shock and disbelief. He could not even break through Li Xiu's defense and was even hurt by the rebounding force. "You don't know what's good for you. You asked for this." Li Xiu glared at Gu Chang'e and then at the second elder of the Shin clan. Between his brows, golden light shone brightly. Each and every ancient and mysterious rune gave off a sense of battle intent. Though he had lost his dantian and could not use his chi, it did not mean that he had no tricks up his sleeve. An ancient battle character appeared in midair and transformed into thousands of weapons. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, cauldrons, seals. The murderous intent was shocking and extremely terrifying. Just now, the cauldron appeared and blocked the second elder of the Shun clan's attack. This was a shocking scene. Everyone at the scene could not help but want to worship it. As expected, this is the talisman of battle. The Shun clan ancestor's expression froze as he recognized the ancient battle character. His heart was shaken. The talisman of battle that had been lost for countless years has reappeared in the Tianlan realm today. If this news gets out, it will cause a huge commotion. Even the upper realm will not be peaceful. Chapter 4:25. What is this? How could it contain such a mysterious power? How could Li Xiu, a person without spiritual energy, use it? Could this be the source of his confidence? The golden battle word was dazzling like a star, with an ancient and mysterious aura. The group of Shin clansmen looked at this scene in shock. Of course, many people's eyes were still on the golden battle word, trying to guess what it was. Some people were greedy and had a burning desire. After all, if a cripple like Li Xiu could use it, why couldn't they? From their point of view, Li Xiu was so fearless because of this thing. However, there were still people who fell into deep thought. They felt that this battle word was very familiar, as if they had seen it in some ancient book. The old ancestor of the Shin clan only knew about the battle talisman by chance. He was very surprised and was trying to guess Li Xiu's identity. If that was the case, this period of time would not be peaceful. The upper realm was conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, and the Tianlan domain would bear the brunt of it. Now that the battle talisman had appeared in the world again, it would only shock everyone. Whether Li Xiu was the owner of the battle talisman or the inheritor, it was not important to him now. If he offended Gu Chang'e, it would be useless even if Li Xiu was the one who used to be. However, he was not sure if Gu Chang'e did not know that this was the battle talisman, or did he do it deliberately? Young Lord Chang'e, I'm useless. I can't take him down. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. With the help of his clansmen, the second elder of the Shun clan got up and walked over with a guilty look on his face. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Not only could he not take down Li Xiu, but he was also severely injured because of the mysterious battle word which made him feel ashamed. He even boasted that he would definitely take down Li Xiu. Being humiliated by Li Xiu in front of everyone made him want to find a hole to hide in. Gu Chang'e glanced at the second elder of the Shin clan without any change in his expression. He then looked at Li Xiu and said with interest, "You can't be blamed for this. You're not his opponent. Even if you break through to the quasi-supreme level, you can't break through Li Xiu's technique." At this moment, he was certain of Li Xiu's identity. He suddenly realized why he was so arrogant. But should I say that he is a son-in-law? Or was it the return of the strong? Or was it both? Gu Chang'e was rather interested. The last time he saw such a child of Providence, it was like the reincarnation of the human ancestor. The current Li Xiu could not be compared to the reincarnation of the human ancestor back then. He should have left behind many subordinates. It was said that after his death, many of his subordinates went into seclusion. Now that he had returned, with a single order 100,000 of his subordinates had returned. Furthermore, this battle talisman was enough to defend against attacks below the quasi-supreme level. But that was it. Hearing this, Li Xiu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to see through it. He deliberately used the battle talisman to let everyone know his identity. Unfortunately, the people of the Shen clan had eyes but failed to recognize him. However, Gu Chang'e was able to identify the realm he could contend against, which surprised him. The second elder of the Shen clan felt ashamed. However, behind Gu Chang'e, an expert stepped forward and handed him a round pill with Taoist rhyme intertwined and a faint purple aura lingering on it. This is the 9 Revolutions Great Recovery Pill. The second elder of the Shin clan's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. He couldn't believe it. Even the ancestor of the Shin clan's eyes widened, unable to look away. He was very envious of the second elder. From the looks of it, it wasn't a big deal to be injured and lose face. The 9 Revolutions Great Recovery Pill was a divine pill that even a supreme being could use. Sometimes it could even be treated as another life. After seeing the item clearly, there was a series of gasps. They were very envious of the second elder. Indeed, working for Guchanga would definitely bring benefits. Those who didn't make a move earlier all regretted not performing well in front of Guchanga. Thank you, young Master Changa. The second elder of the Shen clan revealed a happy expression and hurriedly received it respectfully. At this moment, outside the Shen clan, many divine rainbows suddenly rushed over. Their auras were very terrifying. There were many of them, and they all had unimaginable statuses in the Tianlan realm. They all rushed to the Shin clan as if they were here to meet someone. The feeling is right. The Lord is in the Shen clan. Their voices were filled with excitement. They looked at each other. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, now that they felt the aura of the battle talisman, they all came at the same time. I knew it. Even if the Lord was ambushed in the battle back then, how could he have died? The War Immortal is invincible. The War Immortal is a deterrent to the 8 desolates and 10 regions. How could he care about a mere ambush? At this moment, they were extremely excited. Without waiting for the people in front of the Shun clan's mountain gate to report, they directly went inside. Their cultivation was unfathomable. They were all ancestors of the Shin clan, and the Shun clan couldn't stop them. Moreover, they couldn't wait to see the War Immortal. The War Immortal. This was the title they received when they were conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Although they weren't real immortals, their strength surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that heaven and earth didn't allow them to become immortals, they would have reached that step long ago. And they were all subordinates of the War Immortal back then. After hearing that the War Immortal was ambushed by the 8 desolates and 10 regions and died, they were disheartened and went to live in seclusion. Some were in the Tianlan realm, some were in the other lower realms, and some were in the upper realms. However, they couldn't summon the fighting spirit they used to have. Only when the War Immortal was leading them, they were invincible blades that looked down on everyone, conquering everywhere. Report. The Sky Knife Ancestor, the Holy Sun Ancestor, the Bifamily Ancestor, the ancestors of many sacred grounds and ancient clans have entered the Shun clan. Just as Li Xiu's expression was calm and his gaze swept over everyone, on a mountain peak in the distance, a member of the Shen clan suddenly came to report in a panic. What are these people doing in the Shin clan? Hearing this, the people of the Shin clan were stunned at first. Then their faces were filled with doubt and shock. They didn't understand why the ancestors of these forces would rush to the Shun clan at this time. If they were here to visit Guchanga, they definitely wouldn't dare to barge in and would wait at the mountain gate to report. Barging into the Shin clan, these people are really bold. They don't put the Shin clan in their eyes. Many elders were furious. Finally, it's here? Although Li Xiu's expression didn't change much, he couldn't help but smile at this moment. Why don't we just let this matter rest? Young Master Changa. Then he looked at Guchanga and slowly asked. Hearing this, Guchanga seemed to be interested and said, I'm afraid it's too late now. I think my subordinates, no matter how slow they are, should have raised the brilliant moon, sacred ground to the ground. Are you sure you want to let this matter rest? Back then, I fought with one of the ancestors of the Gu clan in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. I really didn't expect the Gu clan to have a descendant like you. Li Xiu's face was a little sullen, and his words were not polite. He had already regressed to this extent, but Guchanga was still the same. He wasn't sure if Guchanga was telling the truth. If the brilliant moon's sacred ground was really destroyed by Guchanga because of him, he would definitely not let this matter rest. Sir, when the soliciting moon saintess and the people of the brilliant moon, sacred ground, heard Guchanga's words, they couldn't help but turn pale and fear in their hearts. Could it be that he had already destroyed the brilliant moon, sacred ground, in such a short time? Boom! At this moment, suddenly, divine rainbows rushed over from afar. Their auras were terrifying and their momentum was monstrous. Many of them were surrounded by 5-colored rays of light, riding on clouds and flowing colorful feathers. Sky Saber Ancestor, by family ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor. The ancestor of the Shen clan glanced at the figures that rushed over from the sky and couldn't help but frown. These were all famous forces in the Tianlan domain, and they had existed much longer than the Shin clan. However, they usually kept a low profile and rarely showed themselves in the outside world. And now, all of these patriarchs had actually appeared here. May I know the reason why you have come to my Shin clan? The ancestor of the Shen clan asked knowingly, carefully looking at Guchanga's expression. Haha, the Shin clan is really bold. How dare you let Sir be your son-in-law? I think there's no need for your Shin clan to exist. You're really blind to tear up the marriage contract. The Sky Saber Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor, and the others said coldly and angrily. On the way to the Shen clan, they had already asked their disciples and speculated the cause and effect of this matter. Although they hadn't shown themselves in the outside world all these years and didn't know what had happened during this period, it didn't mean that they didn't know anything. The ancestor of the Shen clan frowned and wanted to refute, but seeing that Guchanga seemed to be interested, he didn't say much. Sky Saber, Saint Sun by Xia. Greetings, Sir War Immortal. After saying this, the Sky Saber Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor by family ancestor, and the others all looked at the indifferent Li Xiu with great respect, as if they were looking at a god in their hearts. At this moment, the rest of the people were dim in their eyes. No need to be so polite. Li Xiu looked natural and nodded slightly, letting them rise. What, Sir War Immortal? At this moment, all the people of the Shen clan looked at this scene in shock, and their minds couldn't react. War Immortal, a supreme master who once conquered the 8 desolates and 10 regions. It is said that he died there and has disappeared for countless years. Asking for fresh flowers, some people reacted and found it hard to connect the War Immortal with Li Xiu in front of them. Did he come back to life? At this moment, Li Xiu's mouth curved into a smile, and the golden word war flashed between his eyebrows, giving him an awe-inspiring fighting spirit. He looked at Guchanga and said, Young Master Changa, let's forget about today's matter. What do you think? He didn't want to cause too much trouble, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Now that his identity was exposed, there would inevitably be a lot of trouble, but he couldn't care so much. Sir War Immortal, he is. Grandmaster Tiandao, Grandmaster Shengri, and the others were still a little stunned. It was hard to imagine that Sir War Immortal would be so polite to a person. So this is what you mean by the sky outside the well. It seems that in the end, I have to do it myself. But hearing this, Guchanga still shook his head slightly, and there seemed to be a little regret in his voice. I just don't know if your light curtain can block the saber in my hand. Buzz! The next moment, a terrifying, trembling sound suddenly came from the void. Runes flashed, and a wave of murderous aura swept over like a wave. Everyone's face turned cold, and there was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had turned into ashes and been annihilated from the world at this moment. It was a long black saber, and the blade was as bright as snow, with faint dragon patterns. At this moment, it seemed to have awakened, and a vast number of chains of rules were hanging down. Suddenly, from the Shen clan, an aura that seemed to tear the universe apart rushed into the sky. Within a radius of thousands of miles, all the living beings could not help but worship and kowtow in this direction. 0-inch Emperor weapon. Many experts felt this aura and their faces changed rapidly, and they turned pale with fright. This is a real emperor weapon. The Grand Master of the Shin clan's eyebrows twitched, and his divine soul was almost stiff. He did not even dare to get too close. The rest of the people also fled as far as they could. The pressure of an emperor weapon was enough to crush any living beings around it. Ordinary people could not even think of getting close to it. At this moment, the confidence and indifference on Li Xiu's face had completely collapsed. His heart beat wildly and he felt a chill. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to be so straightforward and directly take out an emperor weapon. This was completely beyond his imagination. A young man carrying an emperor weapon with him? This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Sir War Immortal, this is an emperor weapon. The Heaven Saber Grandmaster and the others did not know the ins and outs of the matter. They only knew that Li Xiu had been humiliated in the Shin clan. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked and frightened, and their voices trembled. If all of the Emperor's weapons were activated, it would probably sink the entire Tianlan realm. The soliciting Moon Saintess and the others were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Gu Chang'e would still not care after the War Immortal's identity was exposed. He was going to activate the Emperor weapon to kill him. Young master of the Gu clan, today's matter, Li Xiu, was very decisive and planned to admit defeat. In his current state, even a supreme weapon would be difficult, let alone an emperor weapon. To be able to come this far, he was also a master who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. However, Gu Chang'e looked at him inexplicably and did not let him finish his words. Buzz! The Xianyang heavenly saber dropped a ray of black saber light. It was so heavy that it seemed to want to crush the void. The Heaven Saber Grandmaster, Saint Sun Grandmaster, and the others beside him were extremely shocked. They immediately fled into the distance. Some of them reacted a little slower and were immediately swept by the saber light. They directly exploded, and even their divine souls did not have time to escape. Their divine souls trembled, and they were in extreme despair. They did not expect that coming to see the War Immortal would cause such a terrible disaster. An emperor weapon, even in the upper world, was almost impossible to see. Except for the War Immortal at his peak, who could resist it? Although Gu Chang'e could not fully activate it, a ray of Emperor Saber Light was enough to kill everything. I want to know, is this the reason why you are so confident now? Or is it because the War Immortal has returned and ordered 100,000 subordinates to kill? Gu Chang'e said casually. He raised his hand and swung down the saber. The saber light fell, and the void collapsed and everything was silent. The war character between Li Xiu's eyebrows shone again, and a golden rune appeared, trying to resist, but in less than a moment it collapsed and exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was directly sent flying. The war character between his eyebrows also cracked, as if it was about to collapse and could not continue to be maintained. Wah! You! Li Xiu coughed out a lot of internal organs and fell to the mountain behind with a bang. His face was pale, and he kept coughing out blood. He did not know how many bones were broken, and he was already seriously injured. Gu Chang'e walked over with his saber. Seeing that he was about to lift his head, he suddenly stepped on it. Stop pretending. Tell me, how did you come back to life? I am quite interested in this, he said lightly. 1000. Chapter 4:26. Gu Chang'e slashed down with his saber, and the vast saber chi drowned out everything. Many cultivators in the distance exploded in horror and despair. Their bodies collapsed and directly exploded. The terrifying saber chi fell from the sky and seemed to be able to tear the world apart. At this moment, the entire Shin clan was shrouded in this extreme emperor aura that was enough to destroy everything. No one dared to imagine what kind of disaster it would cause if such a wave completely exploded. Mountains collapsed and turned into ashes. Many pavilions and palaces were crushed under the aftershock. Even the engraved array patterns were instantly destroyed and could not continue to protect them. This was a true emperor weapon, even if Gu Changa did not use it seriously. But just a strand of aura intertwined on it was frightening. Even from a distance, their bodies were about to explode. Emperor weapon, is he going to destroy everyone? The raging aura made everyone pale and their spirits tremble. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground. After so many years, this was the first time they witnessed the terror of an emperor weapon. Just this strand of aura alone was enough to tear open the barrier of the Tianlan realm and penetrate into the outer realm. Shen Xian, Father Gu, Mother Shin, and the others were very shocked. They didn't expect that after Li Xiu revealed his identity, Gu Changa not only did not care, but also killed all the other cultivators who came. He actually carried an emperor weapon with him. This was simply not giving any chance for his opponents to live. With just one slash, everyone exploded, their bodies and spirits destroyed. Even one of the quasi-supreme existences screamed in horror and collapsed into a bloody mist. This was a horrifying and scalp-numbing scene. Those who just came were the ancestors of the other forces in the Tianlan realm. They had a long history and were not weaker than the Shen clan. But in Gu Changa's eyes, they were no different from ants. Sister, is he usually like this? Shen Xian looked at Gu Changa with a complicated gaze and couldn't help but ask Gu Xian next to her. Yes, usually he is very bad and often bullies people. Gu Xian stared at Gu Changa and nodded almost without thinking. Before this, she had never seen the weapon in Gu Changa's hand. It could only mean that his cultivation had improved tremendously during this period of time, and he had also obtained many opportunities. She had once boasted in front of Gu Changa that she would suppress him. Now, it seemed like it was even more distant and impossible. This made her feel a little unhappy. The stronger Gu Changa was, the less she could resist when he bullied her. During this period of time, she had been cultivating bitterly in an attempt to catch up to Gu Changa. However, the more she chased after him, the greater the gap between them became. Now, she could no longer see Gu Changa's back. Hearing this, Shen Xian glanced at Gu Xian. She finally believed what Gu Xian said during this period of time. It seemed that Gu Changa was indeed trying his best to compensate her sister. This made her view of Gu Changa change a lot. The people of the Shen clan kept quiet out of fear. Watching from afar, the Shen clan ancestor felt a sense of fear. For the first time, he felt fear. This was the power of an emperor weapon. With his current strength, he probably couldn't even get close, let alone activate it. This was enough to show how terrifying and unfathomable Gu Changa's strength was. Gu Changa didn't care about what others thought. He had a faint, mocking expression on his face. Stepping on Li Xiu's head and looking at his angry and cold expression, he said, I actually quite like it when people show off in front of me, because in the end, they will all be like you now, trampled under my feet. You very good. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Li Xiu's entire body was in pain. The battle talisman between his eyebrows exploded, and many of his bones were broken. Especially now, he was actually being stepped on by Gu Changa. His face was deeply smashed into the ground, and he couldn't raise his head. Such humiliation made his eyes turn cold, and he felt like he was about to explode. Once upon a time, he was the high and mighty war immortal. He conquered the 8 desolates and 10 regions, and killed his enemies until they trembled in fear. Even though he died unexpectedly, he was still the war immortal today, and no one could replace him. When they heard of his name, who didn't respect him? Who dared to humiliate him? War immortal, the heaven saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others who were lucky enough to escape far away saw this scene. They were completely terrified. Even the war immortal was being stepped on by Gu Changa, and he was determined to kill everyone just now. This coldness and ruthlessness made them tremble in fear, especially the soliciting moon saintess. Now, her intestines were turning green with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have said that, and things wouldn't have turned out this way. and the sect behind her was implicated. Oh, is it the first time? Maybe this will be the last time. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He stomped his foot, and immediately the sound of bones breaking was heard. He controlled his strength so that Li Xiu's head wouldn't explode. No matter what, without that talisman, Li Xiu was now a cripple. He couldn't even use his qi. Just now, Gu Changa could have easily defeated Li Xiu even without using the Xianyang Heavenly Saber. But considering that this guy might have other tricks up his sleeve, he decided to use the Emperor's weapon. It was simpler and more direct. As expected, when he saw the Emperor's weapon, Li Xiu admitted defeat without a second thought. Gu Changa, don't you dare cross the line. Li Xiu was extremely humiliated. His teeth were broken by Gu Changa's stomp, and he was no longer as calm as before. Right now he was like a ghost. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely pathetic. As the high and mighty war immortal, he commanded many subordinates and won every battle. In the eyes of the 8 desolates and 10 regions, he was a demon who slaughtered everyone. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be humiliated like this. In front of everyone, he would be stomped under someone's foot, and he couldn't even raise his head. Before, he didn't want to reveal his identity because he was worried that his previous enemies would make a move on him again. His fall back, then, wasn't a coincidence. It was because the powerhouses from the upper world teamed up and caused him to be ambushed by the 8 desolates and 10 regions. That was why he had endured until now. However, after he revealed his identity as a war immortal, he didn't receive the respect and admiration he deserved. Instead, he lost face in front of everyone. Li Xiu always felt that he shouldn't lower himself to their level. After all, with his identity, there was no need for him to do this. Doing so would only lower himself. Oh, so what if I bullied you? Gu Changa's expression didn't change as he stomped down. Immediately there was a groan. Li Xiu's willpower was strong, and he had been enduring the pain. Even though he was humiliated like this, he didn't want to continue losing face. However, Gu Changa wasn't going to let him do as he wished. A ray of light gray spiritual energy landed on his head to prevent it from exploding. He was interested to see how Li Xiu was holding on, but in reality he was about to faint from the pain. After all, Li Xiu was merely an ordinary person, and the amount of pain he could endure was limited. In the next moment, his foot moved slightly, and the sound of bones breaking was heard again. Everyone's expression turned cold, and they shuddered. They felt that Gu Changa's ruthlessness wasn't something that could be judged based on his appearance. Ah, Li Xiu finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and let out a scream of agony. His mouth was full of blood. Young man, if you know what's good for you, let go of the war immortal. Even though you have an extraordinary background and even have an emperor's weapon, you need to know that as soon as the war immortal gives the order, all of his former subordinates will come and kill you. You have no idea how terrifying the war immortal is. Ancestor Bai's face was white and his voice was shaking. He didn't dare to imagine that this would happen to the war immortal who was high above everyone else. He suppressed the fear in his heart and wanted Gu Changa to let go of the war immortal. Are you talking to me? Gu Changa glanced at him with interest. You! At this moment, Ancestor Bai's heart was filled with fear. He was a quasi-supreme expert, but at this moment he couldn't help but shudder. He felt like he was an ant being watched by a true dragon. Boom! However, Gu Changa didn't let him finish his words. He directly raised the Xianyang Heavenly Saber and slashed down. A terrifying killing intent swept through the sky and instantly split him in half. The laws, divine abilities, and weapons all collapsed and exploded. There was no way to resist. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. An ancient clan ancestor was killed with a single slash. It was as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. There was no need for nonsense. Tell me, how did you survive? Maybe I let you go if I'm in a good mood. If you don't want them to die, don't try to test my patience. Gu Changa put away the Xianyang Heavenly Saber and glanced at Li Xiu with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at the Heaven Saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others. They didn't dare to look at him. They were terrified. Their divine souls were trembling, and their legs were weak. They didn't dare to imagine that after trampling the once invincible war immortal under his feet, Guchanga could still torture him as if he was stepping on an ant. "Just kill me. I won't say anything." Li Xiu's face was full of pain. He felt sullen and hated his powerlessness at this moment. If he was at his peak, how could he be tortured by Guchanga like this? "Is that so? Then I'll fulfill your wish." Guchanga didn't waste time. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, and he directly searched Li Xiu's soul in front of everyone. Li Xiu immediately screamed because of the pain. Unfortunately, his soul was very weak now. Guchanga only probed for a moment before it exploded with a bang. He was directly destroyed. War immortal, the Heaven Saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others all widened their eyes in horror. They couldn't believe that the war immortal had died in front of them. His soul had shattered and exploded. Gu Xian, Xin Xian, and the others were also shocked. The war immortal had died. Just like that? A place to nourish the soul, a place to worship 10,000 immortals. Guchanga was not surprised by this. From this little bit of Li Xiu's soul, she found a lot of information. It was similar to what he had expected. How could an existence that had been dead for countless years reappear in the world? If there wasn't a good place to nourish the soul, then it could only be a fake death. In fact, he was planning to find a place to nourish the soul, so that his following plan could be foolproof. Li Xiu's appearance just happened to solve his problem. As for how to find the hiding place of Li Xiu's real body, it was actually not difficult. Now that he had killed Li Xiu's body, he had already formed a karma with him. He died so easily. Gu Xian didn't believe it. After all, Li Xiu was a former war immortal. How could he die so easily? Guchanga glanced at her and said, "He is a dead man, but if we really talk about it, he shouldn't be dead yet." "What do you mean?" Gu Xian still didn't understand. Guchanga said indifferently, this can only be regarded as a body that he walks in the outside world. The real him is actually dead, but he is still relying on some remnants of the memories of the past body to control everything. Gu Xian understood what he said. Looking at the collapsed body of Li Xiu, she couldn't help but snort and say, "This is good. Xian's engagement can be considered free. This guy's attitude is really annoying. He still thinks he is a former war immortal." Hearing these words, everyone was enlightened and felt complicated. After all, this was a former war immortal. He was tortured to death in such a humiliating way. However, these words could only be said by Guchanga and Gu Xian. Even if it was only the memories of the former war immortal that controlled this body, it was not something that they could easily slander. One could imagine that today's matter would definitely shake the Tianlan domain and even the upper domain. The former war immortal reappeared in the world, but he was killed by Guchanga and the Xin clan. If some of the war immortal's subordinates knew about this, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. "Young Master Changa, how should we deal with them?" The ancestor of the Shen clan looked at the soliciting moon saintess, Sky Saber Grandmaster, and the others coldly. They were all subordinates or descendants of the war immortal. Today, if Guchanga was not here, the Shen clan would definitely cause unimaginable trouble because of Li Xiu. They knew that they had not done anything wrong to Li Xiu, but he took advantage of his identity and deceived them. In the end, the Shen clan suffered a great loss and had to pay a bloody lesson. He did not have a good attitude towards Sky Saber Grandmaster and the others. "I'll leave it to you to deal with them," Guchanga said lightly. "Yes," the ancestor of the Shen clan said respectfully. At this moment, in the distant sky, there were divine rainbows, and a few murderous figures rushed over quickly and appeared in front of Guchanga. They said respectfully, "Young Master, according to your instructions, the brilliant moon holy ground has been destroyed. No one escaped. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a chill down their backs. In such a short time, the brilliant moon holy ground was destroyed, leaving no trace of survival. Fortunately, we did not offend young Master Changa, looking at the soliciting moon saintess and the others who had fainted after hearing this news. Many of the Shin clan members were relieved. Soon, what happened in the Shin clan today shook the entire Tianlan domain. Just now, the Emperor's aura that soared into the sky was terrifying beyond compare. It engulfed the entire sky and even caused the stars in outer space to tremble. Many experts felt a chill in their hearts as they guessed what had happened in the Shin clan. Moreover, many of the grandmasters who had been very low-key in the past had awakened and rushed to the Shin clan, but in the end, no one was able to escape. In addition, the brilliant moon holy ground, which had a long history, was attacked by several terrifying existences today and was wiped out, disappearing from the Tianlan domain. Many of the news shook the Tianlan domain, which had been peaceful for a long time, and set off a shocking wave. Then the news spread in the Shin clan, which was even more shocking. Many people could not believe it and wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The war immortal who had once conquered the 8 desolates and 10 regions appeared again, and it turned out to be the famous, good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Shin clan. Unfortunately, he had offended a young existence from the upper world and was killed in the Shin clan. Many of the experts who went to visit the war immortal were also killed here because of this. They collapsed on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. This news shook the Tianlan domain and even spread to the upper world, shocking many people. No matter what, the war immortal was once an invincible existence with a peerless cultivation. It was rumored that he had fallen long ago, ambushed when he was conquering the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Now, for some reason, he had appeared in the future again and met with such an ending. It was really unbelievable. A young existence who could activate an emperor weapon in the vast upper world. Who else could be so generous? In fact, many people already knew without guessing. They were stunned and felt very emotional. In a valley that was like a fairyland, surrounded by celestial mist and green bamboos, Shin Xian, Father Gu, and Mother Shin were sitting around a stone table. The aroma of tea rose in spirals, and the green tea seemed to be reflected in the sky, looking very beautiful. Gu Changa sat opposite them, raised the cup to his mouth, and drank it in one gulp. He could not help but praise, "Auntie, you have good tea skills." "Young Lord Changa, you flatter me." Mother Shin's tone was cold, and she was still very rude to him. Although because of what happened just now, her opinion of Gu Changa had changed. But she still could not let go of what he had done to Gu Xian. Father Gu's expression was rather complicated. He felt that Gu Xian was more familiar with Gu Changa than her parents. Moreover, from the way she interacted with Gu Changa, it did not seem like she would be bullied by Gu Changa. He also did not know why Gu Xian treated her archenemy like this. Gu Changa even came to the Tianlan realm because of him and took care of Shin Xian-er's trouble. "Actually, I came this time just to see Xian-er. I have no other intentions. If Uncle and Annie mind, I will leave soon." Gu Changa smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. "Young Lord Changa, you must be joking. How would we dare to mind?" Mother Shin's attitude was still cold, and she waited for Gu Changa to explain himself. However, Gu Changa did not intend to continue talking to her, nor did he intend to explain. Mother Shin's expression froze. With Gu Changa's attitude, she did not have anything else to ask. After all, she was just a woman. Gu Changa was polite to her because she was the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and also because she was Gu Xian-er's mother. She knew her place. If she made a scene without reason, not only would she embarrass herself, but she would also embarrass Gu Xian-er. When Father Gu saw this, he sighed softly and shook his head. Gu Changa looked at Gu Xian-er, who kept her cool, but her head was lowered. Her gaze could not help but fall on the tips of her feet, as if she was in a trance. "Since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Whether it is the Shun family or the Gu family, You can stay wherever you want. I will go to the Peach Village when I have time and visit Yao Yao. Although he said that before he left, he had to find the soul-nurturing land. Regarding the war immortal, Guchanga was most interested in the soul-nurturing land, followed by the Providence points. I don't have anything to do here, and I was planning to go back to the village to visit Master and the others. Hearing this, Gu Xian raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Now she felt like her head was about to explode. Actually, the thing she did not want to see the most was her parents and Guchanga meeting. This feeling was extremely strange, and it made her feel uneasy. However, she had to act mature and steady in front of her parents, and set an example for her younger sister, Xin Xian. Fortunately, Guchanga did not make things difficult for her, and even gave her a suitable way out. When she returned to the Peach Village, she would see her master, the others, and sister Peach Demon. I think you haven't seen your parents for a long time. It's good to spend more time with them. However, Guchanga revealed a slight smile, and his tone changed, making Gu Xian a little stunned. No, I have been here for half a year, Master, and the others must miss me. I have to go back and visit them. She came to her senses and glared at him. She felt that Guchanga had said that on purpose and did not intend to let her get away. She was wondering why Guchanga would be so kind to give her a way out. I think your master and the others probably don't miss you. They will be quieter without you around. Guchanga shook his head slightly, completely ignoring Gu Xian's cold gaze. Gu Xian felt that Guchanga was not talking about her master, but himself. Young Master Changa is right, Xian. You should stay here and accompany us more. We haven't seen each other properly for so many years. Shen Xian's mother also spoke. She could not wait for Gu Xian to stay by her side. She felt that it was dangerous for her to be with Guchanga. In her opinion, Guchanga's methods did not have anything to do with a so-called good person. But Gu Xian trusted him very much. She was just short of writing the words, "I want to go with him," on her face. I have many questions about cultivation that I need to ask my master and the others. Gu Xian's face showed that she was in a difficult position. She did have questions to ask, and this was not nonsense. Forget it. Since Xian wants to leave, then let her leave. Anyway, we are in the Shen clan. She can come back to see us whenever she wants. At this time, Father Gu spoke up, waving his hand to interrupt Mother Shin. He knew that Gu Xian already had the intention to leave. She would not be able to stay, so he might as well let her leave. Mother Shin sighed, looked at Guchanga, and then looked at Gu Xian. She suddenly felt that this was an ill-fated relationship. When she was still very young, Gu Xian it was like a shadow, sticking to Guchanga wherever he went. In the end, after she suffered a huge loss, her Dao bone was dug out, and she almost lost her life, she still did not learn her lesson. Was she being sold by Guchanga and counting the money for him? When Gu Xian heard her parents say this, she immediately felt relieved and glanced at Guchanga proudly. I think it is better for Xian to stay here. Guchanga noticed her expression, but his expression did not change. Gu Xian felt that she was being despised by Guchanga, and she was very angry. She had always been the one to despise him. He dared to despise her. How despicable! Shen Xian who had been silent all this time, was very curious to see her mature and steady sister like this for the first time. I heard that you are very interested in mantras. As your elder brother, I do not have anything good to give you as a gift. This jade scroll was obtained when I was traveling as a child. It contains many profound mantras, and it is very mysterious. Today, I will give it to Sister Xian as a gift. At this time, Guchanga seemed to have just noticed Xin Xian and he smiled slightly. He took out a crystal-clear jade scroll from his chest. There were rays of light intertwining on it, and it looked very mysterious. Guchanga passed it to Shen Xian who was in a daze. For a moment, she hesitated, not knowing if she should accept it. Since it was a jade scroll given by Guchanga, It was definitely not simple. However, considering the relationship between her parents and Gu Changa, she did not want to accept it. Since it is a gift from young Master Changa, Xian accept it. Why are you not thanking young Master Changa? Mother Xin sighed in her heart. She knew that because of their relationship, Xin Xian had a grudge against the Gu family. Otherwise, with her talent, if she was in the Gu family, she would definitely shine brightly. In the end, it was them who held her back. Thank you, young Master Changa. Hearing this, Xin Xian took the jade scroll, raised her eyes, and glanced at Gu Changa. She realized that he was staring at her, as if there was a flower on her face. This made her feel a little uncomfortable, and she lowered her eyes. However, Gu Changa quickly retracted his gaze and smiled gently. Sister Xian, you are welcome. This is my token. If you want to return to the Gu family, just activate this item, and someone will come to this realm to pick you up. With your talent, you should not be buried in this place. As he spoke, he passed a jade pendant to her. He felt that something would happen to Xin Xian, so he had to be careful. Xin Xian took the jade pendant and nodded. In her heart, she also yearned for the upper realm. After all, it was the origin of Taoism. In the hearts of all cultivators, it was an irreplaceable holy land for cultivation. She felt that Gu Changa was not as evil as her parents said. When Gu Xian saw this, she actually wanted to take her sister with her, but she knew that she could not make the decision. After that, she bid farewell to her parents and sister before leaving the Shin clan with Gu Changa. They planned to return to the upper realm and leave the Tianlan domain. From the beginning to the end, he had never mentioned to Gu Xian or his parents about what happened back then. Although they wanted to know the reason, they could only give up. In their hearts, they faintly believed Gu Xian's words. Gu Changa seemed to have his own difficulties. He's finally gone. It's really suffocating. Many elders, including the Shen clan's patriarch, came to the mountain gate to send them off, and they heaved a sigh of relief. The commotion caused by the Tianlan domain was not worth Gu Changa's attention at all. The providence points that he obtained allowed him to exchange for a few more transcendence bones. After he left, the Tianlan domain was still in turmoil. Because of the War Immortal incident, it caused a huge earthquake. Many forces that were implicated were incomparably frightened. The patriarch died tragically, and his life jade was broken. If they followed in the footsteps of the brilliant moon holy ground, wouldn't they die of regret? In addition, because of the upper realm's conquest of the 8 desolates and 10 regions outside the Tianlan domain, the aftermath of the battle spread. The barrier was unstable and showed signs of breaking. Many cultivators were in danger. They felt that soon, the Tianlan domain would bear the brunt of the disaster and suffer a great disaster. Not long after leaving the Tianlan domain, Gu Changa did not bring Gu Xian to the Peach Village first. Instead, he appeared on a mountain peak not far from the Boundary Monument Sea. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and there were bones buried in it. What's this? Gu Xian looked curiously at the Hong Meng purple mirror in his hand, a divine item to spy on the mysteries of heaven. Gu Changa glanced at her. If you dare to have any ideas about it, I'll find a place to throw you away. You dare? I'm just asking. Why are you so narrow-minded? Gu Xian was a little angry that her thoughts were exposed. At this moment, as Gu Changa's magic power surged, the misty Hong Meng purple mirror suddenly became clear and images appeared. One of them was an old man with a crooked back. So that's where the soul nurturing land is. Gu Changa looked a little interested. Gu Changa, my lord has no enmity with you, but you're so ruthless. You've gone too far. Near the Boundary Monument Sea, an old man who was collecting the mysterious energy in the waves heard the news. His face was full of hatred and anger. However, he forced himself to endure. He held a jade container in his hand, sealed with many energy light balls. He was the old servant of the War Immortal. All these years he had been running around to revive the War Immortal. Now, near the Boundary Monument Sea, there were many powerhouses who had died in the war, and their origins and memories were scattered. And he was searching for the War Immortal's collapsed physical body, which contained the War Immortal's origins that had not dissipated. The War Immortal's cultivation method focused on the physical body. He was at the peak of this Tao, and few could compare to him. Therefore, even if he had been dead for many years, as long as he could find the collapsed physical body and reassemble it, he could truly revive the War Immortal. And now, Li Xiu, who had died tragically in the Shin clan, was just a body controlled by part of the War Immortal's awakened memories. But even so, in the old man's eyes, Li Xiu was the new life of the War Immortal, and there was hope for him to truly return. But now, this hope was forcefully wiped out by Gu Chang'e. How could he not be angry? Then the old man took the jade container in his hand and went to a crack in the void near the Boundary Monument Sea. His figure flashed, and the formation patterns on the surface disappeared. Soon he entered smoothly. Chapter 4:27. The yellow sand was endless, and the bones in the distance were blown away by the wind. This place was very close to the Boundary Monument Sea. They could even feel the waves of battle. It was extremely vast, and the sound of killing shook the sky. On the mountain peak, Gu Chang'e looked at the scene in front of him with interest. Soon, the Hongmeng purple mirror shone brightly. After a blurry figure flashed past, it returned to its original silence. "Who is this old man?" Gu Xian asked curiously. Her eyes were fixed on the Hongmeng purple mirror. "The person who saved your grandfather and grandfather," Gu Chang'e said lightly. At the same time, he put away the Hongmeng purple mirror so that Gu Xian would not keep staring at it. "The person who saved my grandfather and grandfather, is that the old man behind Li Xiu? So it's him." Gu Xian was a little surprised. However, she was more curious about how Gu Chang'e found the old man with the treasure in his hand. Could it be because of the karma that he mentioned before? He and Li Xiu had karma, so he could use this thing to find Li Xiu's traces. "So this is why you are not afraid of not being able to find the War Immortal." Although she really wanted to see what the Hongmeng purple mirror was, she knew that with Gu Chang'e's character, he would most likely not agree. This made her feel that Gu Chang'e was too petty. He did not trust her. Was she the kind of person who would snatch a treasure just because it was a treasure? "Let's go and find that guy's hiding place. We can also settle the matter with Li Xiu. Otherwise, the Shen clan will suffer his revenge sooner or later." Gu Chang'e glanced at her and then got up. She turned into a divine rainbow and left the mountain peak. The cultivators behind her quickly followed. "You actually care about whether the Shin clan will suffer revenge?" At first, Gu Xian thought that Gu Chang'e was worried about the Shin clan. However, when she thought about it carefully, there was definitely another reason why he was so concerned. It was unlikely that Gu Chang'e would care about the life and death of the Shin clan. Very quickly, she also followed. She was a bit regretful that she didn't bring the big red bird with her. Otherwise, with its ability, she would have been able to find the treasure all the same. At this moment, there was a strange scene in a spatial rift that was extremely far away from this place. Outside, realm waves overflowed into the heavens, continuously battering over. It was as if there was a true world operating within, releasing rumbling noises. As Li Xiu's old servant entered the spatial crack, runes began to flash outside, returning everything to its original state. Everything became blurry and hazy. Many candles made of an unknown material were being lit in the tunnel, expelling the faint fog in the surroundings. The old man walked in with the jade jar in his hand. He seemed very sincere and careful, as if he was going to meet some kind of existence. Outside this ruptured space were the formation patterns he laid down, green multicolored light flowing about. The surrounding stones flickered with the faint will of the natural order. At the same time, they hid a terrifying murderous intent. He was worried that cultivators would mistakenly enter this place and run into the resting Lord War Immortal. Back then, when he left this place by chance, he ran into Shen Xian, Er's grandfather and grandfather, trapped not far away. He just happened to bring along Li Xiu, who had just condensed a new body. After thinking for a while, he decided to save the two of them. It was all to create a chance for Li Xiu to get close to the world. Unfortunately, man proposes, but God disposes. In the end, all his plans and efforts were wasted. This made him extremely angry. Lord War Immortal is just a bit away from reappearing in the world. This enmity won't be resolved so easily. The old man passed through this tunnel, and the scene behind him suddenly opened up. It was as if he had arrived at a dazzling underground palace. Spiritual qi was dense, and immortal fog drifted. One could even see strands of the natural order of life floating in the air. This was an excellent place to recuperate. It was located near the Boundary Monument Sea and had a natural geographical advantage. The Boundary Monument Sea was filled with battles all year round, and there were countless casualties. After many experts died, their natural order dissipated into the world. A large part of it drifted and dissipated in the Boundary Monument Sea, and then gathered here through the terrain. Over the years, it formed such a place to recuperate. Legend had it that the deepest part of this place to recuperate was the 10,000 Immortals' sacrificial ground. It was said that in a very ancient era, the 10,000 Immortals prayed to the heavenly axiom in search of an altar for a chance of survival. The old man did not know whether this was true or not, but the place to recuperate was real. Not only could it nourish the War Immortal's incomplete soul, but it could also reconstruct his broken body. It was extremely mysterious. Even the depths of the reincarnation lake, a mysterious place that involved the operating rules of the upper realm, could not achieve this. In the center of the dazzling underground palace, there was an ancient bronze coffin. The four corners were still lit by oil lamps that emitted faint flames. The oil inside was obviously not simple kerosene. It was a special kind of oil that was refined from the spine using a special method. It could burn for countless years without extinguishing. In the ancient bronze coffin was the War Immortal who had conquered the 8 barren 10 regions. After arriving here, the old man was even more respectful. He carefully approached the ancient bronze coffin with the jade jar in his hand, letting the light inside float out and finally fall into it. "Sir," he respectfully opened his mouth to report what had happened in the outside world, including Li Xiu's tragic death. "I already know." An indifferent voice came from the ancient bronze coffin. It was very old, but also very weak. After all, Li Xiu was his new disciple. Their minds were connected. Although there was a great distance between them, he still knew what had happened in the Shin clan. However, he was different from Li Xiu. Although there were some ripples, he was not to the point of anger. "Sir, how are we going to avenge Gu Changa?" The old man was stunned and then asked respectfully, "Don't worry about this for now. I'll condense a new body after some time. The Gu clan is not to be trifled with. Besides, my enemies now probably already know that I'm not dead. Let him be proud for a while." The weak voice from the ancient bronze coffin sounded again. He was very self-deprecating. He didn't think that he, who was once so high and mighty, would be reduced to such a state. It could even be said that after being humiliated and killed, he had to continue to endure and not dare to seek revenge. "Yes, sir." The old man's face was also somewhat sorrowful. Once upon a time, the War Immortal was so high-spirited and undefeatable. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavens and earth didn't allow it, he would have become a real immortal. But now he could only slowly live in the ancient bronze coffin. He needed to search everywhere for the source of his physical body to help him recover. Even a young person could easily humiliate and torture him. "Someone's coming." At this time, a somewhat serious and shocked voice suddenly came from the ancient bronze coffin. The old man's expression changed. How come he didn't feel it? In the place where the soul was resting, He had set up many array patterns. If someone came, he would definitely feel it at the first moment. He was about to turn his head when he heard an interested voice from behind. "So you were secretly hiding here. Lord War Immortal, we meet again." Gu Changa spoke, his gaze landing on the ancient bronze coffin in front of him. Behind him, Gu Xian and the others were all looking around. You are Gu Changa." The old man's back suddenly turned cold, and his expression changed drastically. How did Gu Changa come in? He was clearly so cautious, but why was he still followed? "It's the power of karma. It has nothing to do with you. He has a Dharma artifact on him that can deduce karma, so he found this place." In the ancient bronze coffin where immortal Li Xiu's voice sounded, as if he was explaining to the old man, but it was incomparably solemn and fearful. Since Gu Changa could find this place, it meant that he definitely wouldn't let him go. A soul resting place. It's really easy to find. Gu Changa looked around and didn't have time to talk nonsense with the old man in front of him. He directly took out the Xianyang heavenly saber and slashed. A terrifying saber chi penetrated the place, containing a wisp of extreme power, and instantly landed on the old man. Poof! Blood splattered in the void. The old man groaned, but his reaction was fast enough. He took out his weapon and activated his strongest ability, but he was still instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. His body was on the verge of exploding. Although his cultivation was at the peak of the supreme realm, how could he be a match for Gu Changa with the Xianyang heavenly saber? The fact that he didn't die instantly was already proof of his strength. "We have no enmity. Why do you have to be so aggressive?" War Immortal Li Xiu's voice came from the ancient bronze coffin, containing anger and coldness. He didn't expect Gu Changa to be so strong, leaving no way out and directly killing his way to this place. "No, we have enmity." Gu Changa smiled and attacked again. He slashed his blade at the coffin in front of him. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave exploded in the area. The coffin shook violently. Its material wasn't simple, but it was still sent flying by the saber. Li Xiu's corpse instantly rolled out. "This is 770. Gu Xian." His beautiful eyes widened in shock. It was difficult to connect the tattered corpse covered in green hair with the war immortal. "Gu Changa, you." Li Xiu was incomparably furious. His current appearance was incomparably terrifying. His entire body was tattered and not a single part was intact. Moreover, he was covered in green hair and was as long as a person's arm. "Lord!" The old man looked at all this in a daze. It was difficult to connect the heroic and invincible war immortal with the green-haired corpse in front of him. It was hard for him to accept. "So you've already walked the path of corpse. Such a good soul resting place. It's a waste to give it to you." Gu Changa wasn't surprised. The current Li Xiu was clearly in the process of transformation or evolution, but this process was still very long. Even if he was given another 1,000,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to do it. During this process, Li Xiu could only be trampled on. "Damn it! If I was at my peak, would you dare to humiliate me like this?" Li Xiu was enraged, but he was just a tattered corpse now. Although he still had consciousness, he couldn't even move a muscle. Just as Gu Changa had said, he could only allow himself to be trampled upon. Gu Changa didn't waste time. He wanted to find a place to rest his soul. Li Xiu's current state was no different from the so-called experience points in his eyes. He didn't even bother to say a word. Buzz! In the next moment, the Xianyang heavenly saber erupted with an unparalleled saber aura. The Emperor's aura was vast and surging, like a torrential flood, directly slashing down. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Li Xiu's corpse, which had already collapsed, exploded again, turning into ashes. This time he was truly dead. Of course, before this, Gu Changa naturally didn't forget to plunder Li Xiu's providence points. After doing all this, Gu Changa didn't care about the system notification in his mind, nor the golden providence treasure chest that dropped. He looked at this place seriously and felt that if he made some arrangements here, it could be used as a favorable place in his plan to deal with the red-robed female demon. Of course, the premise was that his guess was right. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. The half-year left for him was almost up.